Welcome back, henchmen. Welcome back, everybody, to yet another Fate's Day Saturday. I hope you're all having an excellent evening, henchbuns. It's Saturday, the weekend is here. Gotta love the weekend. Love it while you can, at least. Under my rule, weekends will be abolished because you should be serving me 7 days of the week. And that's just the facts, Jax. I am excited to read more Fate's Day Night tonight. I think we're coming up on a climax. I don't know if it'll be the end. Do we get Femboy Fridays off? No, you should serve extra hard. That's a day you should be serving extra hard. Don't be ridiculous. I am excited to read more Fate's Day Night tonight. I think we're coming up to the climax of Unlimited Blade Works. 120 streams. Congratulations, Manos. Thank you for being here. I don't know if we're coming up on the ending exactly. We're coming up with some sort of final showdown with Archer, at least. He showed us... We offed Caster last time. And then Archer was like, I still really want to kill Shiro, though. Snap Prosa, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. What was I saying? Oh, yes, it's, Archer was like, I still really want to kill this Shiro guy because he's my cringe younger self, and that's a relatable feeling, I guess. Who hasn't thought about murdering their cringe younger self? So he's like, I'm kidnapping Rin. I'm going to Ilya's fucked up castle. Come 1v1 me, Shiro. And on one hand, that sounds like we're approaching an ending. On the other, Gilgamesh and Shinji are still crawling around like cockroaches somewhere. They're still up to something. And I kind of have my doubts that Kirei was actually killed off screen. Right? On one hand, in Fate route, like, Caster and Assassin and whoever the fuck Lancer's master was also got fucking killed off screen. But on the other hand, I have a hard time believing Kirei would just fucking die off screen like that. He seems a little too important, but I don't know for sure. Maybe the final boss will just be Gilgamesh and Shinji. I don't know. But I don't think Archer's the end. Because like I said, Gilgamesh and Shinji were setting up for something by taking Ilya's fucking heart. He fucking ripped her heart out like the Predator. That was a crazy thing to do. Anyways, let me finish saying hello to everybody. Hello, Sir Encon. The wagey life does suck. I agree. I'm glad you could take a break from it to join me tonight. Hello, Kentrix, and hello, Pygrade. Archer would rather go without a Monosaurus at all than let Shiro live. It's true. He's like, I've still got 3 days left in me, Shiro. Come and get me. I might not be getting an MP from Rin anymore, but I've still got a few days left in me. Let's 1v1. Come get me, scrub, he said. I am excited to see what'll happen. What'll happen in this portion of the story, though. So why don't we just hop to it, henchmen? Let me get my reading glasses on. Very good. And let's hop to it. I am excited to read more Fate. Lower the monitor. Here it comes. Excellent. Let me get this set up. Listen to the Umineko music while you wait. Give me 1 second. Bit ironic that Umineko came up on the playlist while I'm setting up Fate. The tides of Peak are crashing against the rocks of Fate not being as good as Uminik. I feel like that's fair of me to say. I know it makes me sound like such the typical Umineko fan who says it's better than every other visual novel. Unfortunately, that is just true, so... I also just noticed this when I was opening Fate on Steam, which is that I think it's, like, I guess you just kind of have to do it, right? Like, you can't not have achievements for a game on Steam, but I think it's kind of hilarious to do it for a visual novel. Like, the last achievement I've unlocked on Steam for Fate is Rin Contract Saber became Saber's master. And I'm like, I worked so hard to get it, I just read. Like, it's like written like I did it. Like, I achieved Rin becoming Saber's master. Or like this one that's really funny where it's projected Archer's twin swords. It's like written like I did that in the video game. And I'm like, no man, I was sitting here reading. I'm an outside observer. I didn't do that. Which, so it's really funny that there's achievements that are written that way, like you did it personally. You personally projected Archer's twin swords. Here we go. Alright, we'll say goodbye to the playlist. You need all the encouragement you can these days, that's true. It's the only way to get Zoomers to read anything is to give them achievements. Alright, let's continue. "15 After Image." Oh, an interlude, is it? That's true, it's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Ahem. It is daybreak. The knight in red is leaning against the pillar and staring at his own arm, like some chuny bitch. He puts strength into his fingertips and clenches his fist. Only about half of his sensations are left. Even though he is a heroic spirit, he cannot maintain his existence without a master that helps him stay in this world. Archer is existing because of a special ability that his class holds, but that is nearing its limit. The Knight in Red's remaining strength is less than a tenth of his original powers. His fists lack strength, and he should slowly start fading if he lets his guard down. But there is no problem. Even if he only has a tenth of his powers remaining, it is enough to finish Shiro Emiya off. Considering the difference in their abilities, this is not even a handicap. Therefore, will end once they fight. His one and only objective will be accomplished here. That is right. He has been waiting for this moment. He has endured the endless repetition hoping for this chance. He could only wait for a miracle that would not usually be able to occur, with a possibility close to zero. And his wish is granted. No, it is about to be granted. He does not care about what awaits him afterwards. He will kill his own self with his own hands. That wish, which doesn't have enough of a future to be hope, is what kept him going after he wore out. Everybody's always trying to commit extremely elaborate suicides in this story. Has anybody else noticed that? He is an existence that disappears after each summoning to start with. His memory does not remain intact whether he repeats that cycle 100 times or 1,000 times. It only stays in his body as knowledge. Heroic spirits know about other heroic spirits because they have accumulated knowledge. It is just like a book. Every time they are summoned, the book with its history is sent to its home. They remain in the house and read the books that are sent. What is troubling is that the one at the house does not know when those books are sent. The past or future does not matter. All the books are already in his room. His only way of measuring time is to read the records of his cleaning that he will carry out. It makes no difference whether it's an eternity or an instant. An eternity is an instant, and an instant is an eternity. Therefore, he does not know how rare this miracle is. He doesn't know whether it was the first time or 1,000th time he was summoned since he gained this hope. All he has is this unordered knowledge. The future, past, and present are all things that heroic spirits don't have.
来客か。邪魔は入らんというから来てやったのだがな。
Oh, who could it be now? Who could it be now? The knight in red suddenly gets up. Did his ears hear an intruder? Footsteps echo through the castle that should be silent. Of course. I'm not sure who else it could have possibly been. Basically, everybody else is dead. Oh, brother is right. The voice echoes. The boy who entered rudely is Shinji Mato. This fucking dweebenheimer. Yeah, but she's kind of my bait to draw in Shiro, so I do actually still need her for a little bit. Shinji Mato walks over with light steps. He is looking at Rin Tosaka, who is tied to a chair. The girl doesn't say anything and stares at the intruder while being tied up. That must make him pleased. Shinji Mato licks his lips in satisfaction and walks to the girl. What a freak! Shiro really should have snapped his neck that one time. Shinji Mato glances in annoyance at the knight, who is staring down at him in silence. Nani? Shinji Mato smiles and returns to the entrance. There's his fuckboy. Why does See, here's the thing. Why does Gilgamesh have a different haircut in this route? What's up with that? Why does he have a different haircut in this route? Did he... Does variances in the timeline means he visited a different barber than he normally would have? I guess it is. I guess his hair, like, spikes up when he puts on the armor and stuff. Then again, he also had a casual look in the Fate route with that awful outfit. There stands the golden-haired boy, the 8th servant, Gilgamesh. He himself is a disaster. Sure is. Look at that fit. The golden servant looks at the knight with cool eyes, but within them, the red eyes, distorted from his smile, only have the intention to murder the enemy in front of him. Yeah, whatever, man. I already killed you once. The knight in red is still silent. It makes no difference whether Shinji Mato appears or the strongest servant in front of him is ready to attack him. The knight calmly stares at the uninvited enemies. Here's my problem, henchbuns. Why does... I mean, maybe this will be answered, so if there is an answer, don't tell me. But, like, why does it seem like Shiro doesn't have Excalibur sheath inside of him in this route? Because, like, Kiritsugu gave him to that when he was, like, a baby. But he doesn't have the healing stuff in this one. Maybe I'm just forgetting. It needs Saber's mana to work. Okay, I guess that would make sense. They still need the contractual connection to activate the healing factor. I guess that makes sense, right? When Kiritsugu put the sheath inside of him during the big disaster, Kiritsugu was still contracted with Saber, right? It was before the Holy Grail War actually ended. The knight in red declares, still staring at the golden servant. Yeah, it was still warm, you could say, yeah. I don't like this front-facing Gilgamesh. What's the button again? There we go, it's backspace. I really don't care for this front-facing Gilgamesh. I mean, it's not technically a wrong way to describe it. That sheath was still fresh. Was that statement itself good enough reason for the man to kill Archer? The golden servant identifies the knight in red in front of him as a target he must kill. I'm realizing Gilgamesh is quite fucking tall. He's like taller than Archer. And Archer already seemed pretty tall. I don't think I ever saw him compared to like one of the guys that are supposed to be tall. I think only Kirei is taller than him. Kirei is like absurdly tall. Shinji Mato stares at the Red Knight, still smiling. His eyes look as if he's enjoying the fate of one who is about to disappear soon. Archer has the second largest bust. I mean, his titties are kind of popping, it's true. I don't know what Shiro did to get, I don't know what kind of workout regimen Shiro had to get his chest that big in his older age before he became Archer. Stepping away from the knight in red, Shinji Mato claps his hands happily. He's so easily flattered. Like, you say even one backhanded compliment to him, and he's like, yes, that's right, we're friends now. What a bitch. He's such a bitch. That is true, Kendricks. He was... Like, he says, you know, without Kiritsugu, he didn't have much reason to train in the dojo. But, like, Archer, before he died, was, like, way into that. He, like, took that Hero of Justice shit to the max. So I guess he probably worked out a lot more. That's why Archer's so mad at it. It's just literally like, this didn't turn out the way I thought it would be. The world promised I could be a hero forever, and I thought it would be epic, but actually it was all about killing people. I'm like, yeah, man, what did you expect? It's so funny how much of this visual novel is Shiro going, I wanna be like Kamen Rider, and then like forgetting there's not kaiju in real life, so if he wants to do hero shit, he'd have to be blowing up people. And he's like, wait, I don't like that, though. I don't want to kill anybody to save anybody else's life. That would be sad. I'm like, yeah, man. What did you think would happen? I want to make a deal with the planet to become an eternal warrior to fight to protect the planet. I'm like, well, the only threat to the planet is people, so... Like, did you think the alien invasion would show up? He looks at the knight in red and Rin Tosaka with snake-like eyes. Those words test the loyalty of the knight in red. To that... I mean, I guess there's like vampires and shit, but Shiro doesn't know about that. The knight in red answers in an emotionless voice. Like, I guess in the Type Moon setting, there are plenty of inhuman monsters running around normally, but Shiro doesn't know that, so... Can you not put it that way? You could say selling out, but selling off, I feel like, has different connotations. Sneering laughter echoes through the dingy room. The Red Knight leaves the room as if he has no interest. Don't look at me like that, you freak. He passes by Gilgamesh. He goes into the hallway, ignoring the red eyes that look at him, amused. At that moment,
フェイカ
Faker. Oh, Gilgamesh knows who he is? The king of heroes says, mocking him. Gilgamesh knows? I guess he would, right? Gilgamesh should know who every hero is. Because he has all of their fucking swords. He's the original hero. So it makes sense you would think of Archer as like a fake one. He's like, you're not from antiquity. That's bullshit. Dawn approaches. Our conversation dies off as we head deeper into the woods, and the silence weighs heavily. Once I'm through the forest, I, Shiro Emiya, will settle the score with that man. I have no chance of victory. My defeat is certain. I'm well aware that I'll be slaughtered as soon as we cross swords. I don't feel fear, but not out of defiance or determination. I might die, but he's long dead. The moment I realized this, I knew that I was no different. There's no longer any point in feeling gloomy about my own death. Yeah, I guess technically you've seen it. You know that guy's you, so it's like, well, I guess I do die eventually. I pass the castle gate. Saber's expression is dark. She knows what sort of fight awaits me. She's troubled by me, and by him, who is me. No matter who lives or falls, the same man will disappear. She's in anguish, unsure whether she should put a stop to this absurd duel. She glances skyward, her eyes look severe, or perhaps angry that such a vain battle must be fought. Oh yeah, here's something else I wanted to ask to the Fate knowers, because I haven't looked this up myself because I don't want to accidentally run into a spoiler. Were there, up to where I am now, were there any H scenes in this route? Like maybe the bit with Castor stringing up Saber was more explicit, but no, okay. And I'm asking this because what I kind of expected would be like what to happen with that would be that like kind of what happens in Tsukihime, where each route is like Shiro gets with a different girl, but that doesn't seem to be happening with Rin. Like, he got explicitly romantic with Saber in the Fate route. But that doesn't seem to be happening with Rin so much this time. It's more like they become just close friends. But, like I said, there's still time. There's still time. There's still time to fuck. We come to a great ruined hall. Morning mist shrouds the ground to be our mutual resting place.
来たか。随分と遅い到着だな。
Hey man, I need sleep unlike you. That's true. He did kind of confess feelings in that scene in the graveyard. That is true. But it felt a lot less the Fate route, like a lot of those like there was confession scenes with Saber in the Fate route, and it felt a lot stronger in terms of romance. Like that one scene with Rin in the graveyard, it was certainly romantic in tone, but a lot less intense than with Saber, I feel. His icy voice rings through the air. Its familiar baritone comes from the second story. The man stands here atop crumbling stairs that culminate in a sunlit plateau. That's true. That is true, Manos. That scene was really funny. It's like he and Rin already kind of confessed to each other, but there's still like plausible deniability, so they can still act like bitchy about it. Such is often the case with Tsunderes. His crimson cloak seems distant and hazy. There he is, he's standing up there. It's like that scene with Dio and Polnareff. But I can see him. I can make out every exact detail of my enemy. Yep, looks very detailed to me. I love that you can see like the scribbled in facial features. It's just like a line for his eyes and mouth. I can make out every exact detail of my enemy. We share the same eagle eyes, after all. He is the servant assigned the role of archer. He's a bowman, yet not a bowman. Yeah. A contradictory person who possesses a vast number of noble phantasms and hurls them out unsparingly. All of his noble phantasms are replicas, and his personal noble phantasm is the ability to create infinite swords. I was the only one who failed to realize his identity. Heroic spirits are summoned from all eras. If the past doesn't contain an appropriate hero, then one might be born in the future.
ようやく気づいた。あのペンダントが2つあるはずがない。あれはもともと。
That's right. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I get it now. See, I was confused about the pendant thing, right? Because the one Rin used to fix Shiro's heart at the very beginning, Shiro took it home with him. But he found an exact copy of the pendants in Rin's room. So, yeah. That was the one Archer had. That was Archer's version of the pendant. I see. I was confused about that. For some reason, I just didn't expect that it was something that Archer would have, like, kept on him.
そうだ。
That's cute.
あれは命を救われたお前が生涯持ち続けたもの。この世に二つとない。遠坂凛の父の形見だ。
It's a paradox for two of them to exist. If Shiro Emiya held on to the pendant for the rest of his life, then...
英霊の召喚には必ず触媒が必要となる。お前がセイバーを召喚したように、召喚者と英霊にはつながりがなくてはならない。
I see. So that's why Archer got summoned to Rin specifically, even though she was trying to summon Saber. It wasn't actually like a mistake on her part.
遠坂凛には英霊を呼び出すための触媒がなかった。故に彼女は呼び出したサーバントに何の縁もないと思い込んだ。だが偶然で呼び出される英霊などいない。
Never by
召喚者と英霊に
coincidence.
は必ず物質的な縁が必要となる。
If that's true, then there's only one explanation. Tosaka didn't have anything to connect herself to Archer, but
そう。
he had something that connected him to her.
呼び出された英霊そのものが召喚者
What
に
cruel
縁のある
irony.
ものを持っていた場合
Or I
の
guess
み
maybe normal irony. Not really cruel. That tiny gem, of which there is only one in the world. Someone saved my life, and I never found out who. But I kept the pendant with me, assuming it must have belonged to my savior. That's the answer. He has Tosaka's pendant, which makes him the heroic spirit, Emiya, my future self. The man standing before me perfected Shiro Emiya's incomplete abilities and achieved my ideals, and he hated it. He quite literally drowned in his ideals and died. The red-clad knight looks down at me from the top of the stairs. There's no sign of anyone else around. Only he and I stand here in this hall.
アーチャー。遠坂はどうした？
You didn't give him over to some golden chud, did you?
あの小娘なら城のどこかに置いてきたが、気に病むのなら急げ。お前が来るのが遅いのでな、先に来た的を信じにくれてやったところだ。
Yeah, why did he do that? You can't pretend to not care about Rin after this thing about the pendant.
お前との約束は守っている。
I know you're like deeply cynical now, but come on.
他の人間が彼女に何を
It's almost like you actually expect to lose,
俺には
and then
関わり
Shiro
ない。
will be able to rescue her.
まあ、結果は見えている。
No matter what your narration says
まあ、
about 1/10 of your power still being
遠坂
enough.
凛に情欲と敵がいを抱いている。
It's almost like this is
あ
basically
れ
an
に
assisted
凛を預ければどうな
suicide.
るかは考えるまでもない。
Which is weird,
凛に
because
挑
you'll
発
just
され
get
た
sent
ことは
back to the Hall of
我慢できず
Heroes,
唇を
or
切り
whatever it's called.
今頃は妙なことになっているかもしれんぞ。
That's true. He probably is. Shinji is easily rage baited. My blood boils. How can you just talk about her like that?
ああ、
Oh, hey,
焦る
Lancer.
な、坊主。あのお嬢ちゃんなら俺に任せろ。
I like that they occasionally slip in like words and parlance that is meant to give Lancer a bit of a Gaelic accent. Settle down, laddie.
何すぐに助け出してやる。
I think it's cute.
ランサ
It's cute to imagine Lancer with an accent.
マスターからの命令だな。元から俺はあのお嬢ちゃんを死なせないために協力したわけだ。いや、これが思いのほか居心地よくてな。昨日のは悪くなかった。自分の
It's
仕
true.
事を気に入れる
He
ってのは
fucking hated working for
俺にとって
Kirei. I know
珍し
that.
い。
With that flippant remark, Lancer ignores Archer and heads for the western terrace.
ランサ
気にするな。これはあくまで俺の趣味だ。
This is just a hobby, and that's a good
まあ
way to say it.
今までいけすかねえ命令ばっかりだったからな。この命令は最後まで守り抜く。
This one's
そっ
just
ち
for
はそ
fun.
っちで自分の面倒だけ見てやがれ。
あ遠坂を頼む
Lancer departs with an eye. But then, he stops and turns, as if remembering something.
おい、何してんだセイバー。お前も来るんだよ。
Saber looks pained.
いいえ、私はここに残ります。
She's gonna be the referee. Her response isn't what you'd expect from a servant.
本気か？
She's
今の
gonna
マスター
she's
は
gonna
お嬢
ref
ちゃん
the
だろ？
match.
サーバントが守るべきはマスターだけのはずだが。
分かっています。ですが、それでも私はここに残りたい。私はこの戦いを見守らなければ。
そうかよ。なら好き
I
にし
do
な。
wonder then, like, even if his connection to Saber is severed because he's not her master anymore, does Shiro still have that sheath inside of him? Like, could she just pull that out when she needs it? I don't know how it works. Lancer disappears. The blue-clad spearman easily leaps up to the second-story terrace and disappears down the hallway without another glance. Archer doesn't make any move to stop him. Tosaka seems to have outlived her usefulness to him. I step forward through the rubble. I'm headed for the middle of the hall, at the bottom of the stairs. Saber stays where she is. She intends to watch us fight and keeps her emotions in check.
手出しはしないか。それはありがたい。ここまで来てセイバーに邪魔をされるようでは、リンと契約を切った意味がないからな。
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, maybe it'll come up. I can hear her hesitate. She inhales slightly and answers the man standing at the top of the stairs.
ええ、私は手出しをしません。何があろうと、あなたとシロの戦いの邪魔はしない。
それは結構。ならば安心して。
Yeah, we'll see about
小
that,
僧を始
buddy.
末できる
I'm
と
sure
いう
Shiro
もの
will pull out some bullshit.
はい。ですが、その代わりに一つだけ答えてほしい。アーチャー。
だ。なぜも何もないだろう。そいつが俺を認められない
That's
ように。
bullshit and you know it.
俺もそいつを認められないだけだよ。
そんなはずはない。あなたはシロだ。エミやシロという人物の理想、英雄となった姿があなたではないのですか？ならどうしてこんな自分を殺すような真似をするのです？
なぜそう思う？未熟だった頃のエミヤシロと
Yeah, right.
エミヤと呼ばれる英雄となった俺は別の存在だ。
I'm
そう
sure
で
you
なければ
actually think
同
about
時
it
に
that
存在
way.
などできないが。
それはあなたがサーバントになったからでしょ。時間軸にとらわれない守護者になったのなら、自身が生きた時代に呼ばれることもあると聞きます。あなたはシローだ。シローがずっと思い描いて、その努力が叶った姿があなたのはずだ。
Well, he did
なの
become
に
what Shiro tries to become. He just hated it. Why did you turn out so differently? I can hear her anguished question, even if she doesn't say the words aloud. Oh shit, he's walking. He starts down the stairs without answering. Look at him. Look at that stride. He's prepared. He stands up. He's coming. Oh lord, he's coming. He can't answer. If he could, then we wouldn't be here trying to settle things by force.
アーチャー、
No more talking. Saber challenges him without actually stepping forward.
いいんだセイバーいいから
I don't want to talk about it anymore, Archer says. With one hand, I gesture for her to move back to the entrance.
ですがシロ
気持ちは嬉しいけど話しても無駄だ。あいつは初めから俺を殺すことだけが目的だったんだから。
Saber bites her lip in distress. She looks at me and then at Archer as he descends the stairs to the hall.
なぜなのですアーチャー私にはわからない守護者とは死後英霊となって人間を守るものと聞いたその英霊がなぜ
Because I hate me and I want me to die. Like I said, everybody's trying to commit extremely elaborate suicides in this visual novel.
集合者だ。
Archer stops and looks down at Saber emotionlessly. The word seems to have struck a nerve with him.
違うよセイバー。守護者は人間を守るものではない。あれはただの掃除屋だ。俺が望んでいた英雄などでは断じてない。
His voice changes. Hatred and scorn tinge his dispassionate tone.
アーチャー
俺は確かに英雄になった。エミヤシロという男が望んでいたように正義の味方になったんだ。
A hero of justice. Someone who always does the right thing and doesn't let anyone get hurt. The kind of person Shiro Emiya has always wanted to be, who doesn't retreat from any disaster and saves everyone equally. Is he saying that he achieved that ideal?
アーチャー
ああ、確かにいくらかの人間を救ってきたさ。自分にできる範囲で多くの理想を叶えてきたし。
But that's a story for another day, I guess.
英雄と遠い昔から憧れていた地位にさえ。
What he means by save the world we'll never elaborate on, probably. Not in this visual novel.
ならシロは報われたのですね
It probably just doesn't matter. He just did it. That's all you need to know.
少なくともここにいるあなたはエミやシロの理想を叶えられたのでしょうならあなたには悔いなどないはずだシロはちゃんと
See, I know you saying this is bullshit, Saber, because you tried to unmake yourself in the other round. I know you have hella regrets. Her verbal challenge doesn't have much force behind it. She already knows. She's aware that her words are merely wishful thinking. That's what I was saying.
理想を叶え
I'm glad they bring the. I'm glad the narration answers what I'm already saying.
俺は理想通り
It's
の正義
self-aware.
の味方とやらになったさ。だが、その果てに得たものは後悔だけだった。
I mean, that's true of
残
everybody,
っ
though.
たものは
Not me. I mean, I'll live forever and be perfect.
だけだったから。
But all the rest of you.
殺して殺して殺し尽くした。己の理想を貫くために多くの人間を殺して、無関係な人間の命だぜ。どうでもよくなるくらい殺して、殺した人間の数千倍の人々を救ったよ。
Saber stares up at Archer in shock, almost as if she's looking into a mirror. Yeah, I know.
そう、
Being king ain't easy.
そんなことを何度繰り返したかわからないんだ。セイバー、俺は求められれば何度でも戦ったし、争いになるとしては死をとして戦った。何度も何度も思い出せないほど何度もだ。だって仕方がないだろう。何を救おうと救われない人間というものが出てきてしまう。
Hey, that sounds
弱らせようと
I feel like your dad might have warned you about this. And your ass didn't listen.
そんなものがある限り正義の味方っていうのはあり続けるしかないんだから。
I wonder who his lecture is directed at. The knight describes his past as he slowly descends the stairs.
だから殺したよ。一人を救うために何十という人間の願いを踏みにじってきた。
particularly sad because Saber did warn Fate Root Shiro he would face a similar fate to her. It's true. In a way, you could probably see Archer as just what Fate Root Shiro would eventually become after the Fate Root. So in a way, Unlimited Blade Works is like a sequel.
何十という人間の救いを殺して目に見えるものだけの救いを生かしてより今度こそ終わりだと今度こそ誰も悲しまないだろうとつまらない意地を張り続けた
Well, unfortunately, human suffering is part of life. You know about this Buddhism shit, I thought.
終わることなどなかった生きている限り争いはどこに行っても目についた
Listen, buddy, you gotta transcend the wheel so you can be reborn as a lotus flower instead of being reborn to kill
日
some
々
more.
がなかった
You failed at this task.
何も争いのない世界なんてものを夢見ていたわけじゃないただ俺はせめて自分が知り得る限りの世界では誰にも涙してほしくなかっただけなんだ
Without a doubt, that was my very own dream.
一人を救えば
Yeah, not so good seeing it
そ
from
こ
the
か
other
ら死は
side, is it?
広がってしまうんだ一人の次は10人10人の次は100人100人の次
A
は
mere feel-good idealism.
さて
It just makes me feel better, but it doesn't actually help anybody. So true.
エミヤシロという男が抱いていたものは都合のいい理想論だった
それはなぜ？
のだ分かりきったことを聞くなセイバー君ならば何度も経験したことだろう全ての人
On
間
that
を救う
note,
ことができ
I
ない
wonder if the separate routes are considered entirely separate like Holy Grail wars.
国を救うために
But I don't think that would be the case, because that would mean the Saber in this route would remember Fate.
なんていうのは
Because
日常
she's
茶
like
飯事だ
special and remembers them because of her weird deal with the world. The Red Knight's words stunned Saber into silence, sapping her of the will to disagree. They must reflect Saber's inner darkness too.
そう席は限られている幸福という椅子は常に
It's
全
true.
体の数より少なめでしか用意されないその場にいる全員を救うことなどできないから結局誰かが犠牲になるそれを
Something happened? Yeah. I remember that one.
被害を最小限に抑えるためにいずれこぼれる人間を速やかに1秒でも早くこの手で切り落としたそれが英雄とその男が理想と信じる正義の味方の取るべき行動だ
He got a little too proactive. He got tired of seeing people killed by bad guys, so he was just like, I'm gonna be very proactive about the bad guys. And just smother them in their cribs, so to speak. A wish for no one to be sad. An ideal to save as many people as possible. If someone holds both of these ideals, then there's only one path to take once they contradict each other. A hero of justice can only save the people he's decided to save. If trying to save everyone means saving nobody, then saving as many people as you can with the minimum sacrifice is the right choice.
多くの人間を救うというのが正義の味方だろだから殺した誰も死なさないようにと願ったまま大勢のために一人には死んでもらった誰も悲しまないようにと口にしてその陰で何人かの人間には絶望を抱かせそのうちそれにも慣れてきてね理想を守るために
Some sort of self-defeating ideology.
自分が助けようとした人間しか救わず敵対した者は速やかに皆殺しにした犠牲になる誰かを容認することで かつての理想を守り続けた。それがこの俺、英雄エミヤの正体だ。そら、そんな男は今のうちに死んだ方がよ。
See, I told you it was elaborate suicide. He's right. A superhero can only save the people he's decided to save. However, who ended up betraying those words in the end?
それは嘘です。たとえそうなったとしても、あなたならばその誰かを自分にして理想を追い続けたのではないですか。
Archer stops again. For just an instant, a pained frown clouds his face.
あなたは理想に反したのではない。守ったはずの理想に裏切られ、道を見失っただけではないのですか。そうでなければ、こんな自分を殺す
See,
ことで
even Saber can
罪に
tell.
償おうなどとは
But then
思わ
again,
ない。
that's because Saber wants to do the same fucking thing. She basically wants to wipe herself from history, so she gets it. His sardonic grin disappears. Archer fixes Saber with a cold glare and... breaks into uproarious laughter, as if she's just said something hilarious.
いや、これは傑作だ。俺が自分の罪を償う。バカなことを言うなよ、セイバー。
He lied.
償うべき罪などないし、他の誰にもそんな無責任なものを押し付けた覚えはない。
This is such pure cope. The Red Knight remains deadly calm. Only his low chuckle reverberates through the hall.
ああ、そうだったよ、セイバー。確か俺は何度も裏切られ、欺かれた。救ったはずの男に罪をかぶせられたこともある。
But that's a story for another day. I don't know if this stuff ever gets elaborated on. There's probably some side media for Fate that does.
そうだ。俺に罪があるというのなら、その時点で償っているだろう。
嘘だ、アーチャー。あなたの最後は。
まあそういうことだ。だが、そんなことはどうでもよかった。初めから干渉してほしかったわけじゃない。英雄などともてはやされる気もなかった。俺はただ、誰もが幸福だという結果だけが欲しかっただけ。
It's still left basically entirely open-ended. I'm actually glad.
だが、
It's not one. I feel like it's one of those things that would lose its mystique if it were elaborated on.
生前もその死
I feel like it's one of those things you're supposed to imagine for yourself. His laughter is gone. Now his words are tinged only with hatred. It's like a lot of classical hero stories end with them betrayed or framed or, you know, like that's true of Arthur himself. So it's just meant to be like Emiya actually managed to embody that heroism so much that included the tragic ending.
力は高きところにありて、人の世が滅亡する可能性が生じれば世に下る。
I think this is even mentioned in the Fate route somewhere where it's like, yeah, most heroic spirits are heroes who died tragically. That's just how it usually is.
それがただの奴隷であることは知っていた。死後、己が存在を守護者に預けた者は輪廻の枠から外れ、無と同意になるのだと。それでも誰かを救えるのならそれでいい。かつてのエミヤシロはその誓いを守れなかった。なら守護者となって人間の滅亡とやらを食い止める。
Unfortunately, that still leads you to killing people because humanity is often what leads to humanity's destruction.
だが実際は違う。守護者は人など救わない。守護者がすることはただの掃除だ。すでに起きてしまったこと、作られてしまった人間
Yeah, everybody loves subjecting
そ
their
の力で
OCs.
無にするだけだ。
The horrible shit, right? We love a tragedy.
それは人を救うのではなく、世界に害を与えるであろう人々を善悪の区別なくなくす。絶望に嘆く人々を救うのではなく、絶望と無関係に生を謳歌する部外者を救うために、絶望する人々を排除するだけの殺戮者。馬鹿げた話だ。それが今までの俺と何が違う。
It's not different at all. In fact, it only created more despair. He couldn't make his dream come true on his own, so he devoted himself to a greater power. And he still ended up in the same place. He thought that a higher power might be able to grant his wish, but it was just a larger version of what he'd already been doing.
アーチャー、
The same could be said of all
ずっと
religions.
そんなことを。
それも慣れたよ。人間は繰り返す。どんな時代でも強者が弱者を奪い尽くすのだ。そしてそれがも何度も見てきた。意味のない殺戮も意味のない平等も意味のない幸福も俺自身が拒んでも見せられた。守護者となった俺にはもはや自分の意志などない。ただ人間の意志によって生み出され、人間が作ってしまった罪の
Once again, I
後始末を
really
させら
don't
れ
know
るだ
what
け
he
だ。
expected here. That's the conclusion he arrived at. An existence that erases the despair other humans make. Guardians don't save anyone. They just erase the existence of people who aren't saved. Listen, I'm sorry, the role of the Guardian is reactive, not proactive. You should have gotten into like rehabilitative justice and stuff. People have written about this sort of thing, you know. You could have read more books while you were alive. Over and over. Whenever they see humans do something that causes their own destruction, they show up and burn it all. The man became a hero, thinking he could save as many people as possible. But in the end, that wish never came true.
そうだ。それは違う。俺が望んだものはそんなことではなかった。俺はそんなもののために勝者になどなったのではない。
The rage in his voice is probably directed at himself. Yeah, for falling for it. The man that stands before us is a worn-down wreck. The hero Emiya was perpetually shown the ugliness of the people he wanted to save. Yeah, Archer's voice is great. In the end, he felt hatred. Hatred at his past self for valuing the humans who just kept taking from each other.
俺は人間の後始末など真っ平だ。
Yeah, Junichi Suwabe, that's his name. He's a great seiyuu. I think he's been in a lot of stuff, even before playing Archer.
そう。
I just have to erase myself from history. Yeah, I think this is the first time we've heard Archer be, like, very properly emotional. It's very good work. His cold eyes gleam with unshakable bloodlust. They aren't looking at Saber. Archer's sole objective is to erase himself. However, ever since he died, he can't erase the original Emiya that exists in a place outside of the time axis. It's impossible to erase someone who's become a Guardian. Guardians are of the void. There's no point in killing someone who doesn't exist on this world's axis. However, if it were possible, there would only be one way. If he were to kill himself before he became a hero, then that hero would never be born. Therefore,
シロをここで殺すというのですか。他でもない。あなた自身の手によって。
what? Why don't you just tell Shiro all this and say, hey, when you die, don't make that deal. Maybe he thinks, you know what, never mind. Of course, Shiro's stupid, he would do it anyways. He'd be like, no, I would be different. And then he wouldn't.
そうだ。その機会だけを待ち続けた。果てしなくゼロに近いか。
He does know himself too well.
だが、それに
I mean, It's true that the probability of it is
自身を許
zero,
容できなかっ
but when your time is quite literally
たから
almost
その時だ
infinite,
けを希望にして
on that
俺は
infinite
死後者だと
timeline, it
いう
actually
ものを
becomes
続けてき
100.
た
それは無駄です。
Like, it's not like you'll ever stop being a guardian. So really, on a long enough timeline, it just becomes a 100% chance you'll run into yourself.
あなたはすでに守護者として存在
Which
している
leads
の
me
で
to
し
the
ょう。
question, like,
ならもう遅い。
what happens if a guardian is summoned to the conflict in which they die? Right, let's use Saber as an example. Like, the fall of Camelot must have been such a horrible, you know, humanity fucks itself event that guardians were summoned there, right? What happens if Saber just gets summoned to her own death?
そうかもしれんだが可能性のない話では過去の改ざんだけでは通じないだろう
Maybe I'm just thinking
それが
about it
自
too
身の手
hard.
によるものならば矛盾は大きくなる
Might as well give it a shot, I guess.
歪みが大きければあるいはここでエミヤという英雄は消滅す
I
る
mean, either you kill yourself and nothing happens, in which case you just keep doing what you're already doing, or it works and you get to not do this anymore, this thing you hate. Seems like a pretty win-win
それ
gamble.
はせいだ俺はこの時だけを待って守護者を続けてきた今さら結果など求めていないこれはただの
Right?
八つ
Like,
当たり
I feel like it's a pretty skewed gamble when you don't really have a chance of losing anything. Like, what? Either you kill Shiro, and that wipes Shiro from the timeline, and you get exactly what you wanted, where you don't have to be a guardian anymore. Or it doesn't work, and you lose nothing. You just keep on as you already were. He doesn't even trust it will work. He comes off as more venting frustrations. That's true. That's what I'm kind of saying. It's just like, well, this is the only chance I'm ever gonna get at it. Might as well kill myself like I want. I can't kill myself in a normal way. I'd really, really like to kill myself, but I'm not allowed to because I'm outside of time, and I'll just get reincarnated somewhere else whenever the Earth needs me. But I can kill him. I mean, he literally says right there, I'm taking my anger out on him. And then the Red Knight steps into the same hall that I'm in. Only he and I stand amid the rubble, and also Saber is there. No obstacles separate us. Our reasons for being here are simple. He wants to kill me, and I can't stand him, so I'm going to kick his ass. You gotta love the simplicity of Shiro. I step into the center of the hall. A few more steps and there will be no going back. I do really appreciate Shiro. Like, he learns all about this. He learns about his possible future and just goes, man, this guy's such a fucking sad sack. I want to kick his ass. He's such a wimp. I would simply handle being a guardian for eternity. I would simply not be a bitch about it. A few more steps and there will be no going back. Before that.
アーチャー、お前、後悔してるのか？
There's one question I need to ask him.
無論だ俺いやお前は正義の味方になどなるべきではなかった
I love the omae no omae wa. He spits the words out like venom. Venom. That's the last push I need.
そうか。それじゃあ、やっぱり俺たちは別人だ。
I simply wouldn't regret it.
何
俺は後悔なんてしないぞ。どんなことになったって。
You did tell
後
Rin
悔
as
だけはしない
much. He did have that conversation with Rin about exactly this.
だから、
Even if I fuck up
絶対に
big time, I'll try
お前の
not
こと
to have
も
any
認めない。
regrets.
お前が俺の理想だって言うなら、そんな間違った理想は、俺自身の手で叩き出す。
I would simply be better. That's how I have lived. I've come this far believing that it was right. It probably is mostly pride, like he said. I've lost more than I've gained. But still, Shiro Emiya won't back down, not even for what he's lost. I advance. A circuit in the back of my mind has already begun to sketch a blueprint.
その考えがそもそもの元凶なのだ。お前もいずれ、俺に追いつく。
He does have a point though. He's like, yeah, well, you're still like 17. Let's see how you feel in like 40 years.
来ない。そんなもん。
Every
絶対に来るもんか。
teenager says this shit, so I get it.
はあ。それはつまり、その前にここで俺に殺されるということか。
I step towards my enemy. We're close enough to cross swords now. Neither of us are armed. We're going to go at it barehanded, like men! Shiro Emiya isn't a swordsman. We make swords. So...
分かっているようだな。俺と戦うということは、牽
Who
制
can
を
make
競い合う
the
という
sexier
ことだ
sword? His hands grip a pair of swords. That night, that simple pair of blades that took my breath away at Ryudo Temple. They were rare masterworks forged by a famous smith at the cost of his wife's life.
トレース。
Is he talking about himself there, or are these swords from mythology and I just don't know that? I initiate my prepared blueprint and replicate the swords just by visualizing them. They're so flawed. My swords, which I thought were perfect, are terribly vague compared to his. My inferior imagination has produced a degraded delusion. That's a good sentence. Most likely, they'll shatter against his swords. Okay, we just made these up. Alright, got it. I take another step forward. A deliberate, firm step. Rubble crumbles beneath my feet. The sound seems to declare a start to the duel.
俺の牽制についてこれるか。わずかでも精度を落とせば、それがお前の
You have
死
to
に際になろう。
explode your brain thinking of swords now, Shiro. Get good. Our swords confront each other. They're swords made by Ganzhang and Mo Ye in a Chinese myth. Kansho and Bakuya is the Japanese reading of their kanji. Oh, okay. That explains the yin yang. That's more of a Chinese. That's like Chinese. That's more of a Chinese thing than it is Japanese. So there's a lot of mixing there. There's a lot of mixing of that cultural stuff. Our swords confront each other. And Jesus, that's such a gay fucking sentence. An identical pair of weapons, 4 blades, overlap as if attracted by magnetic force and clash. Meanwhile... he easily tracks his target down. Lancer may seem as if he specializes in combat, but he is actually quite skilled at magecraft. He learned to master more than just Gaia Bolg in that arcane fortress called the Land of Shadows. He is a hero because he learned the 18 primordial runes. Oh, I love runes. Of course, he rarely flaunts his magical skills because he prefers to fight with a spear rather than magecraft. Today is one of those rare occasions.
よし、当たりか。
Isle of Skye in Scotland. It's a real place. It's a real place we made up some stories about. Yeah, Dun Skye. He dropped something which had been running on the ground. A rock inscribed a rock inscribed with the I apologize if I mispronounced this. Berkano rune returns to being a mundane pebble. Its task complete. It just grew little legs. Your ancestors are from there? Oh, that's neat.
誰だお前。
You have a strict connection to mythology. That's fun. A boy he hasn't seen before stands up in a panic. The shrill voice sounds familiar. Lancer retracts that thought and realizes who this is.
ライダーのマスターじゃねえか。なんだ、とっくの昔にくたばったもんと。
I love that Lancer's like, oh yeah, it's that loser. He breaks off. Rin Tosaka is behind the boy. She's tied to a chair. That's fine. He's being held captive, so that makes sense. But several details stand out. First, her chair is tipped over. Since Rin Tosaka is tied to the chair, she's on the ground too. There's sand in her long black hair and something red around her mouth. She probably cut her lip. It's slight, but one can make out bruising around her lips. I don't like that. What were you doing, Shinji?
なんだよ。誰に断ってここに来たんだ。話が違うぞ。お前は。
A casual fist plants itself in Shinji Mato's cheek. Lancer also hates it when girls die. Lancer respects women. Lancer's trivial backhand sends the boy crashing into a wall.
おお、ああ、悪いなガキ。口より先に手が
Lancer
出
is
しまった。
Lancer is quickly moving up to be one of my favorite guys. I guess it's because we had so little exposure to him in the other routes. Until now that I'm like, oh, he's actually kind of awesome. That's true. He was trained by like awesome magic lady. What's her fucking name again? You see her so often in Shin Megami Tensei. I'm sad I'm forgetting it. Skathak, that's it. He looks unconscious, but not dead. Granted, if Rin Tosaka's face had been a little paler from her clothes more disheveled, it wouldn't have ended with just a knockout. He would have paid a heavy price. To be clear, Lancer doesn't care about the treatment of prisoners, but he doesn't like it when someone else steals his prey. Yeah, sure, that's it. Of course, enemies he kills and women he's fond of both count it, yeah, there we go, as his prey. Whatever, man. Whatever you say, buddy. Rin Tosaka wonders aloud from her bound position. Her voice sounds sleepy, as if she was unconscious.
いや、朝だぜ。起きろ、ぐうたら。
Lancer approaches her with an out-of-place greeting.
なんでここアインツベルンの城よ。
承知している。ああ、いいから動くな。今その手枷を切ってやる。その後は好きにしろ。広間に行ってバカどもの喧嘩を止めるなり、裏口から帰るのも自由だ。
His crimson spear materializes in a whirl of air.
それは助かるけど。ランサー、後ろ。
Rin's warning makes him turn.
な、に
Someone even he didn't expect stands there. It's Kirei, isn't it? In the corner of the room, with firm footsteps, a man walks past where Shinji Mato pancaked into the wall. I fucking knew it! I knew your ass wasn't dead! I fucking knew it. I'm like, there's no way they off-screened Kirei. And also I was suspicious about the Lancer's master thing. Because I'm like, wouldn't this be after the point where Kirei had already killed his original master and taken his command spells? I fucking knew it. Kirei Kotomine, who they thought Castor had killed. I fucking knew this fucker wasn't dead. He's too good for that. Rin yelps in surprise. Lancer stares suspiciously at the priest.
おい、いつから終始買いしやがったんだ、お前。
Actually, that's his original religion.
俺のマスターは表には出てこないのが信条だったんじゃ
Oh,
ない
I'm
か
sorry. You were being... It was a joke.
変えるような終始などない。そういうお前こそ命令違反だぞ、ランス。アーチャーの始末を命じたはずだが、仕損じたか。
That is true. One way or another, Archer's gonna die. I was like, there's no way Kirei is dead. Because there's too many hints, right? Not actually seeing him die, not actually seeing Castor kill him. The fact that he gave Shinji Gilgamesh means he was planning something. It wouldn't just cut off like that. The foreshadowing was too heavy.
人聞きが悪いな。彼とは協力関係。聖杯を手に入れるため、共に認め合った仲だ。
Yeah, even Rin was like, I really don't think that guy's dead. Shinji Mato groans underneath the rubble. The priest doesn't even spare him a glance.
そう。あんたがそう簡単にくたばるわけないと思ったけど、しぶとく生きてるばかりだ。裏でこそこそ
I
手
was
を回
like,
してたのね。
after the Fate route, I was like, I get the feeling Kirei is the final boss of every route, in just different ways.
悪趣味ここ
And I was
に加わる
right
っていうか、
so far.
人畜無害な神事を懐柔してどうしようっていうのよ。
I love that nobody takes Shinji seriously. And they shouldn't.
なるほど。あれを人畜無害と取るか。この状況においてもお前は遠さが凛らしい。もう少し出来の悪い弟子ならば惜しむこともないのだ。
The priest chuckled. His expression is that of a priest blessing someone on their deathbed. A chill runs down Rin's back. She realizes what her fate is. The priest looks down at his apprentice of 10 years with a saintly smile.
待てよ琴峰。その女はどうするつもりだ。教え子を助けたいと言ったお前の言葉は
Yes, I did
嘘だった
lie. Kirei, known liar. Caster and Kirei keep saying they would like her more if she was less capable. It's true. Rin, you should have been just a bit dumber, but unfortunately you're just a bit too smart. You see through all of our bullshit. Lancer stands between his master and the girl, glaring.
嘘なものか。彼女はここまで育てた大切な駒だ。10年にわたり欺き続けた。
All according to Keikaku.
そう簡単にリタイアされてはつまらん。故に、お前に彼女の警護を任せたのだ。わずか2日ばかりの延命だ。親心としては
I've done my
十分すぎ
duty,
るの
right?
ではない。
That's good. That's good for basically being her dad, right? The priest walks past Lancer to look at the girl sprawled on the floor. Rin glares up at her former mentor.
S 神父。あんたならやりかねないと思ったけど、本当にマスターだったなんてね。監督役のくせにゲームに参加するなんて
It's true.
反則もいいところ
He's
じ
a
ゃない。
cheating fuck.
その割には落ち着いているな、リン。やはり気づいてはいたのか。
当然でしょ。自分のサーバントを見せなかったのもあんたを疑ってたからだもん。けどね、まさか初めっから騙されてるとは思わなかった。
Kirei is like the most suspicious motherfucker of all time. I totally get why, even when Shiro like makes eye contact with him for the first time ever, he's like, this guy has atrocious vibes. I would not tell him a thing either. The priest frowns. It seems that he wasn't expecting her to say that.
何よ。文句あるっていうの？キレ。
Like, Kirei barely even tries to hide that he's evil.
いや、初めからというが、それはどのあたりを
He clearly thinks there's nothing anybody can really do about it, so there's no point in really trying to hide how much of a fuck he is. His lips twist into a sneer. The priest gazes down with a look of true elation.
もっと。キレ、あんた。
それは今回の聖杯戦争が始まってからか。それとも、お前が言う初めからとは。
It's a lot of years. A lot of years spent seething about losing the last war. Then everything falls into place. Rin's face goes pale and she stares up at the man who mentored her for 10 years with an incredulous look.
そう。殺したのはあんただったんだ。
当然だろう。恩師であったからな。
I spared no effort in betraying him. Just wizard things. Hashtag just wizard things. There's a grinding noise. The girl is staring at the ground, gritting her teeth in anguish.
行き場に迷えクソ神父。断言してやるけど、あんたに居場所なんてない
Get
から
his
ね。
ass.
地獄だってあんたみたいなのは願い下げで、煉獄だって他の連中がずぶとくなるってんでたらい回しよ。あんたみたいな生き損ないはね、性に合わない天国あたりで針のむしろにくるまってろっての。
In a rage, she hurls abuse after abuse at him. Of course, the priest is unbothered by such trifles. Someone else is taken aback by the girl's sudden fit, however. Shinji has never imagined that Rin could bear such emotion, even in his dreams.
琴峰遠坂は僕がもらったんだって知ってるだろあいつに用があるのは僕だけだあんたはただ教
Yeah,
会でこっ
he's
ちの趣味を
once
待ってれば
again,
いいんだよ
Kirei is fucking yucking it up. He thinks this shit is hilarious. He's like, you reacted just like I hoped you would after 10 years of betrayal.
彼女にはここで聖杯になってもらわねばならないからな。
Oh, he's gonna use her the same way he used Ilya in the favor, I see. Shinji doesn't understand what the priest is saying. Only the priest and the girl he intends to sacrifice do.
アーチャーとセーバーが消えればいい加減頃合いだ。いらぬ抵抗され、鮮度を落とされても困
Her
る。
freshness. Please don't say it like that. The priest steps away from the girl. Only Lancer is in front of Rin now, armed with his spear.
琴峰貴様
そのゴミを始末しろランス。器に心臓はいらん。
Only Shinji reacts to those words. Rin just glares at the priest, gnashing her teeth. The priest's smile already told her that she is going to die here. She knows that no help is coming, and that no one would hear her even if she begged for help. So she absolutely refuses to snivel. It's the only form of resistance she can offer, and it represents her defiance. She won't give up until the very end. Help might still come at the last possible second, or a miracle might even occur, like something that destroys the entire room, leaving only her intact.
ありえない話だけど
Maybe, though. It could happen. She won't give up, but she knows what is and isn't possible. That's why she isn't very scared. There's just one thing she's worried about. It's awkward to imagine what face he'll make when he comes to save her after she's dead. That is true. That would suck the air out of the room. She doesn't want to make him cry. It pisses her off thinking that she'll make him cry, and she doesn't know how to apologize for it. Of course, she can't apologize if she's dead, but she still doesn't want him to cry.
エミヤ君私先にリタイアする
So she apologizes now while she still can. It doesn't matter, but it at least makes her feel more at ease.
どうしたランス。相手は少女。貫くのはたやすかろう。
The priest has no mercy. However,
お断りだ今回のは従えねえ俺にやらせたかったらその霊樹でも使うんだな
Lancer answers Rin's enemy with defiance.
何
The priest narrows his eyes. Shit, I actually got a servant with like a sense of honor and respecting women. Master and servant glare daggers at each other, and the temperature in the room seems to drop.
そうか。仕方あるまい。自分でできることに霊樹を消費するわけにはいかんのだ。
The priest lifts his left arm. He activates the command spells inscribed on it.
では命じよう。自害しろランサー。
You won't do what I tell you? Then kill yourself. Awesome. Kind of a power move, honestly. He's like, well, I can just do it, so fuck off. Lancer coughs blood, but the red droplets that dribble from his mouth pale in comparison to the torrent of blood gushing from his chest.
琴峰貴様
His murmur can't even be heard. Lancer has stabbed himself through the chest with his own spear, completely destroying his heart. Well, he never misses.
さらばだ。お前の役目はとうに終わっている。
The Throne of Heroes gets another 9 inches today. The azure armored spearman collapses to the floor. Shinji's like, what the fuck? Pooling Scarlet. I have to admit, Kendricks, I have seen that edit. I just didn't think it was like 100% accurate. I didn't think he actually did that. I didn't think it was so literal. Pooling Scarlet seeps into the floor. Lancer shows no sign of getting up. Sorry, I keep laughing about it. He has fallen by his own spear on his master's orders. The priest moves. He approaches Rin with easygoing steps and takes a knee next to her. He reaches out with a hand to the bound girl's chest, as if to pluck her heart out. Yeah, I lied. A lot of you guys have a hard time getting it through your head that Kirei is a fucking liar. The priest glances at Shinji without answering. Shinji whines his back to Lancer's corpse. Don't look at me like that, you're scary. But his protests die off. The boy cowers away from the priest's severe gaze. The priest looks back down at the girl. I love how you stand up to Shinji at all and he just turns sopping wet. It's like, wait, you're not actually supposed to fight back. A simple concession.
こういう時の私が何を考えているか、あんたなら知ってるはずでしょ?
Rin answers him in her usual tone.
そうだな。最後まで諦めないのがお前だ、リン。同時に覆らない現実を瞬時に認めるのもお前の素晴らしさ。
I guess this is the end for her.
いいぞ。その矛盾はなかなかに芳醇だ。
He doesn't hesitate. The priest roughly shoves his hand into the girl's chest, over where her heart should be. She closes her eyes. It's mine now. Taking this. There's a stabbing sound. A heart is pierced and blood spills out. The stone room becomes a tomb for yet another dead body. Womp womp. Rin is the one who gasps. The floor is drenched in blood. The dripping comes from somewhere higher up. From the floor, Rin looks up to see that it's coming from the priest's chest. Oh shit! What a twist! I didn't actually expect this. I really did think it was over for Rin. Blood rises up from his esophagus. The hole in his chest is obviously a fatal wound, and the thing that stabbed him from behind is none other than a cursed spear known especially for piercing. The priest feels no emotion. Oh, I get it. Lancer probably used his noble phantasm, like, as he died, so even after he died, it would still hit. The priest feels no emotion. He simply looks at Lancer behind him, blood running from his mouth. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm overthinking it again.
ラン様、貴様、あいにくだったな、ことみね。この程度でくたばれるんならよ、俺は英雄になんぞなってねえ。
Lancer's sardonic tone clearly sounds like a bluff. There isn't a hint of vitality in it. Without a heart, his body is already starting to fade. He pulls a spear out of Kotomine, who collapses lifelessly to the ground. Trained in the arcane and blessed by the divine he might have been, but he was still only human. There was no surviving at a thrust to the heart from Lancer's cursed spear. Well, and it's true, you're not a hero unless you can take severe hits and get one last strike in to kill the villain. Lancer leans his crumbling body against the wall, but it buys him little time. After collapsing once, he's bound to disappear for good. He's lost his heart and his master. The only reason his body is somehow still holding together is because of his legendary tenacity. Yeah, yuck it up.
バカどもは勝
Don't
手に
act like
殺し合
this.
ってた
Don't
よ
act like this was all according to your plan. It's more like you just got lucky. Shinji's cackling brings Rin back to her senses after watching the priest die.
何が聖杯は君のものだ。だよ。役立たずは最後まで役立たずだったな、神父さん。
Shinji kicks the priest's body. It doesn't move at all. Pleased with himself, the boy kicks the priest's face as hard as he can. This is gonna end badly for him, making a dry, crunching noise. The sound and sensation delight Shinji more than he expected.
けど文句は言わないでおくよ。さっきのことは根に持ってないし、死んじゃったやつにあれこれ言うのはみっともないしさ。
Kicking a dead man, though, that's fine. Shinji snickers. Having lost all reservations, he closes in on Rin eagerly.
待たせたね、遠坂。いろいろ邪魔が入ったけど、
Oh, brother.
これでようやく二人きりだ。残るサーバントはあと3人。ここで君が泣き疲れた頃には、全部型がついてるさ。
Oops. I accidentally clicked off. How did that happen? This fucking guy. Shinji scrambles forward on all fours like a lizard. Gross! He's such a freak! Looming over Rin.
けどよかった。お前にはいろいろ用があったんだ。ほんと、困る。
He's such a little freakazoid.
簡単に死なれちゃあさ。
I want to choke him out
こ
so
こまで
bad.
我慢してきた僕に申し訳がないってもんだろう。さあ、こびてみろよ、遠坂。お前の態度次第で助けてやらないこともないぜ。
He really thinks he's the hentai villain. You're gonna fucking die, buddy.
それ
Rin can kill you. She probably doesn't even have to use magic. She'll just beat your ass.
ここで僕のものになるっていう。
Here it comes. I see that cutoff.
呆れた。本当にバカじゃないのあんた。
Someone's gotta put this dude in the anime girl peeling machine. I'm saying. Put him in the fucking arrow Guro gif. Tied up and on the ground. Rin scoffs like she's talking to a child. He kinda is a child.
まだ懲りないのかって言ってるのよ、シンジ。あんたは綺麗にいいように使われてただけでしょ。いい？あのサーバントは扱いきれるものじゃない。
Yeah, brother, Gilgamesh is obviously just waiting for a chance to get rid of you. As soon as you're no longer useful to Gilgamesh, he's like fucking twisting your head off like a lollipop.
そんなこと近くにいるんだからあんただって分かってるでしょ。ならいい加減目を覚ましてこんな殺し合いから手を引けっていうの。今ならまだ間に合うのはそっちの方よ。死にたくなかったら1秒でも早くここから逃げ出しなさい。
何を言い出すかと思えば結局は命乞いじゃんか。バカはお前だよ、遠坂。
Probably Gilgamesh. Like, we're gonna have a conga line of guys getting stabbed from behind, and I bet Gilgamesh is about to do it to him. Shinji reaches for Rin's body, but the second he does... See? What did I tell you? He goes flying for a second time. Shinji slams into the wall again.
ガキが、そいつはてめえなんかが触れていい女じゃねえ。
Lancer glances at Shinji and lazily walks over to Rin. Yeah, Lancer's still alive for like 5 more
心底
seconds.
ないの分際で僕に意見しようっていうの。
Enough time to pop your heart, too. The spearman stops. He turns and faces Shinji. Hey, I got an idea. Lancer, why don't you make a contract with Rin right now in the seconds before you die? I feel... Is this not possible?
さっきといい今度といい。お前、楽には殺さ
Why
ない
don't you just do that?
ほら、出番だぜ、ギルガメッシュ。こいつ、かっこつけて死にたいんだってさ。
One of the spin-offs he did? See, I'm smart! I'm not the only one who thought of that. I don't know. Maybe Rin could heal him if they made a contract. I'm just saying. It's worth a shot. Shinji raises his voice. He calls for his servant, the mightiest slayer of heroes.
おい
Well, that's a Fate Extra thing?
Nando.
I see.
何やってんだよあいつ
Fate Extra is the PSP game, right? Or am I thinking of something else? The one with the one with Miss Visible Panties, Nero?
聞こえないのか早く来いって言ってるだろ
Yeah, that's the one they're working on, that remake that might not actually come out because it's taking 5 billion years. His voice rings out. The golden servant does not appear. The bloody blue spearman takes a step towards Shinji. Which is a the fucking sound! The fucking sound he made!
死に損ないのくせに何かこつくんだよ
Eek!
やろうよ
He sounded like a fucking cartoon character.
この化け物
It totally derailed my train of thought. Just him going eek like a little schoolgirl. A strike whips out.
あ
A single precise strike, like a flash of light, stabs Shinji in the right shoulder.
いやあ
He's such a bitch. His scream fills the room. Lancer withdraws his spear, looking bored. He puts his face in front of Shinji's and kisses him.
うせろ死に損ないでもなお前程度なら1000人殺したところで支
Now
障はない
kiss. He's stabbed into place. He can't stop you from making it gay. He'd hate it. Hugging the wall and cowering away from the spear pointed at him, Shinji leaves the room in a mad scramble. It was sensual, that's what I'm saying. He should have given him a little kiss.
たく無駄な体力使わせやがって
With a heavy sigh, Lancer walks back over to Rin. The wind-cutting spear severs her bindings like tissue paper.
ありがとう。助かったわ、ランサー。
Rin thanks him for her freedom. She bows to Lancer, ignoring the filth around them.
ま成り行きだからな
He's so
礼を言われ
tsundere.
る筋じゃね
He's like male tsundere to Rin's female tsundere. Suddenly, he collapses limply.
ランサー
Rin can't catch him in time. Lancer's too weak to even lean against the wall now, and he slumps to the ground. His legs won't move. His limbs were already long dead. It seems nonsensical that he managed to stand up, kill his master, and set Rin free. Ah, he's pretty tough. These Celtic heroes, man, they're fucking an unstoppable force. A sudden cough of blood stains his blue armor fur. Actually, I guess Gaelic would be the word I should use, not Celtic.
待ってて、
Right.
すぐに傷を塞ぐから。
Rin rushes over to the bloody spearman, but he stops her with a hand.
無駄だ俺のゲイボルクで破壊された
That is
心臓は
true.
簡単には治らん大体なそんな余分なマルカ残ってねえだろお前
けどそれじゃ。
まあ気にするなこういうのには慣れてる英雄ってのはないつだって理不尽な命令で死ぬもの
Oh,
なんだ
okay.
よ
I got it reversed then. I was thinking Gaelic was the wider cultural group, but Celtic is. I was getting them mixed up. Thank you for clarifying. His easygoing tone is the same as it always is. Even seconds away from death, the spearman doesn't change the way he acts. Rin stands up wordlessly. Seeing that, Lancer breathes a sigh of relief, as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders.
いやお互いつまんねえ相棒を引いちまったな
そうね。けど、私に
He's just a
つまんない
wimp.
っていうより、扱いづらいだけだったかな。
違いないお前のような女が相棒だったら言うことはなかったんだがあいにく昔っからいい女とは
Hey,
縁がな
don't
く
say
て
that
な
where Skathak can hear you.
まったくこればっかりは何度
Didn't
繰り
didn't
返
they
しても
didn't they
治ら
put
ねえみたい
Skathak in something? Probably Fate Go, right? He chuckles dryly. And then
さあ早く行け こいつは俺が連れて行く。
She's a big part of Fate now.
お前の相棒のところに戻ろう。
Some people keep telling me some of Nasu's best writing is in it. Too bad being part of the gambling machine disqualifies it as art. The spearman urges the girl to leave. He prepares Ansu's, the first rune in his the fire rune, in his hand. As soon as he inscribes it on the ground and charges it with all of his remaining magical energy, it'll burn the entire rune to cinders. Rin understands his determination and turns to leave. We really gotta make sure with this Kirei guy.
さよならランさ。短い間だったけど。
We really gotta make sure he's
私はあ
dead.
なたみたいな人は好きよ。
She runs off to the grand hall.
小娘が。もうちょっと年取って出直してこい。
A hearty guffaw escapes his lips. Flames engulf him. The blaze consumes Lancer and his master's body. Not a trace is left behind. Like a mirage, the crimson spear and azure armor disappear into the flames. I mean, there's no otter here, but yeah. Very paralyzed. He's Ryan Gosling-esque. It's a great way to describe a mythological. He went out like a Ryan Gosling character. Summon Ryan Gosling to the throne of hero. Why don't I just summon the Drive guy? He's earned his place. But it's like I was saying, people love to tell me, you know, if you're a lorehead, Fate Go really hits hard. But unfortunately, I'm not a Fate lorehead, and even after reading this, I don't think I will be. And also, I truly, I feel like I sound so snooty whenever I say this, but I truly do believe, no matter how good you draw the characters for the gacha game or how good you write the story for the gacha game, unfortunately, it being in the gambling machine disqualifies it from being art. So I just don't care. Like, you made all this cool art and writing for a phone app meant to give you a gambling addiction. So, like, unfortunately, it just doesn't count. We're never putting that shit in the Library of Congress or whatever. Like, it just doesn't count as art. I'm sorry. Identical swords clash. Shiro Emiya and the man's attacks are completely equal. Yet each time they clash, my blades break and I'm wounded badly. I'm cut deeply by attacks I should have intercepted. His concho shatters my concho and cuts me open in a sidelong slash. I desperately try to avoid the strike, but I can't. The wound isn't fatal, but it lacerates my muscles and will probably become a critical injury. You're kind of getting your ass beat here, Shiro. I bite back the pain and try to knock the enemy's Bakuya out of his right hand. He shatters my weapon and blocks me there, too. Our swords and skills should be the same, but I'm facing an insurmountable wall. I will say, though, there is probably other Fate stuff I'll be interested in checking out in the future. Obviously, Hollow Ataraxia, the weird sequel type thing that works like Kagetsu Toya. I still haven't read Kagetsu Toya either, actually. I should do that someday. And some of the anime, right? Fate Zero, people like that one. What is it? Fate Apocrypha? Extra's the PSP, right? I already forgot.
いかにイメージ通りの外見材質を保とうが構造に義がなければ崩れるのは当然だ。イメージといえど 筋が通ってなければ
I'm pretty sure it's just the PSP. Yeah, Strange Fake I know is the new one. It's like an adaptation of a light novel, I think. Written by the Bakano/Durarara author. Oh, that sounds neat. Simultaneously, he unleashes attacks to cut open my flank and my forehead. I mean, I don't know if I have to be such a big Fate sicko to just watch the anime for Strange Fate. Doesn't even seem that long. I immediately project a pair of swords to parry with. I think Apocrypha was the other anime besides Zero that I was thinking of. I immediately project a pair of swords to parry with. I have a headache so bad it nearly blinds me. It isn't from the burden of the projection. It's that headache from before. The hunch I had when I was looking for Tosaka. The fever I get every time I face him. This time is the greatest burden yet, and it's driving my body crazy. Yeah, I get the feeling your atoms don't like touching Archer's atoms. I fend off slash after slash. I attempt to cut him down in return. And each time, the red headache burns my eyes. Is it the contradiction of Shiro Emiya and heroic spirit Emiya existing at the same time? Probably. Since the moment we recognized each other, my body has felt off every time we made contact. I traced his swordsmanship and even acquired his replication skills. It makes sense that I picked it up quickly. After all, his skills are the most optimal combat techniques for Shiro Emiya, honed over years of experience. How could I not take... Oh, you thought red headache was referring to Archer? Like he's calling him a red headache? That's really funny. I mean, not wrong. How could I not take to him quickly? In trying to catch up to him, I've learned things about my future self that I shouldn't have. My eyes go numb. Each swing of a sword, each shower of sparks creates flashes of light, robbing me of my vision. My skills can't keep up, and each attack dyes my vision red. I wouldn't mind if that's all this was. My body is already torn to shreds. A headache is nothing compared to the feelings of having my stomach torn open with a branding iron. The problem is, the headache won't stop as long as there's something else to dry out from it. Your brain is telling you there's more to learn. I love that Archer's like all in on trying to kill his young self, but is also like, I'm trying to teach you something, pay attention. I hear a hint of disappointment in his tones. The wrong idea. As if that matters right now. More importantly, I need to do something about this headache. It's coming from you. Saber, do you have any ibuprofen? I mean, he is literally, right? Archer is literally looking at his cringe younger self and is like, God, you're so cringe, but I can teach you how to be better. Wouldn't we all feel the same way? It's really perfect in that way. It really is like the perfect vision of like looking back at your younger self. I kind of respect it. Like this is actually like the sauce right here. My headache worsens. He brandishes his swords as if to settle this once and for all. Like this is exactly how it feels to look back at your past self. Metaphorically. They're just making it literal here. And brings his swords down on my head in a crisscross slash. I raise my swords to defend and they shatter. My body goes numb like it's been pounded with a sledgehammer, and the headache burns not just my eyeballs, but my brain. It's flowing in. So, this, right now, is even scarier than the pain. They're his memories. The reason he's changed so much. I'm seeing fragments of the events that Shiro Emiya will experience in the future. I don't know if they're right or wrong. I'm sure nobody can be the judge of that. Beautiful things were ugly, and ugly things were beautiful. Objectively, there was nothing repulsive about them. So what made him go astray? Sophistry, misrepresentation, treachery, narcissism. Oh, somebody's pulling out the thesaurus today, eh, Nasu? Those make up most of what I saw. I am the bone of my sword. And yet, he didn't seem to mind. He swore oaths and had ideals to uphold. He didn't care what he lost. Even if others betrayed him, he believed that there would be a future as long as he didn't betray himself. If he never complained or even showed himself getting hurt. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. Then to the people around him, he was no different from a machine. I'm trying to put my whole pussy into reciting it, okay? He was useful to have around, so they used him. They only saw him as a tool. But even a machine can have ideals to uphold, so he accepted being treated as a convenient tool. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. It wasn't something he could tell anyone else. The more he failed to save people and the more people he killed, the less he could profess his ideals. Eventually, his only option was to stick to them as resolutely as he could. The result? Shiro Emiya failed to uphold the ideals he dreamed of even once, and learned that he was a nuisance spouting foolish drivel. Have withstood pain to create weapons. Oh, he's so full of swords. Look, this was his fate. That sure does look like withstanding pain. Look, this is where you'll end up. My heart breaks. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Please don't feel sorry for him, but my heart feels like it's going to break when I know that this is the path that awaits me. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Everything you believed in, everything you believe in, after you were shown that it was all a lie and a fanciful dream, you still... We clash again. This time, he comes straight for my heart, not with the dual swords, but some spike-like sword. I think, oh, maybe that's the same one he shot out of his bow. I retreat to gain some distance. I'm holding a sword I replicated in the spur of the moment. I love how Shiro's like, I can't feel sorry for him, but it really did suck. But I don't want to feel sorry for him, or else it'll be hard to kill him. I fight against the nausea. What did I just see? Forget it. Forget you saw anything. I just need to defeat him now. I can't afford to dwell on anything else.
計算違い。前世の自分をこれ憑依させることでかつての技術を習得する魔術があると聞くが、俺と打ち合う
I guess it's happening
お
to
前
me.
の技術は鍛えられていくようだな。
Yeah, it is the one he shot out of his bow. You can just kind of see it on the bottom. I don't know if that sword is supposed to be something specific. It shares, it looks like it shares design with Saber's sword. So I wonder if it's just like an alternate take on Saber's blade. Panting, I ready myself for his next strike.
となると
Oh, you forget the
引き
name?
出したものは防衛技術だけど
Wait, maybe it's in the thing.
その顔
Sorry, I'm
今の
I'm interrupting
最
you,
近の面がないと
Archer.
するとお前も見たな
Oh yeah, here it is. It's Caldebulg 2. This is believed to be the magical sword owned by the Irish hero Fergus, but just as the 2 with the name suggests, Archer has enhanced it in ways that make it different from its namesake. Caladabulg is the noble phantasm said to be the nemesis of Cuchulainn, another great Celtic hero. Due to the oath Geas, hey, that's a word I know thanks to anime, that Cuchulainn cast on himself, he is fated to lose at least once to this sword if its wielder has ties to Ulster. Neat. Yeah, he was gonna fight Lancer with that, exactly. And, some of these, yeah, these are ones Gilgamesh uses. Vajra's pretty cool. Look, you look fucking miserable. You must have seen my future. Huh. He holds his breath. Don't make me say it. Don't make me remember. If you tell me what I just saw,
ならば話は早いそれは全て事実だエミヤしろ
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Kentrix, where it feels like, at least Unlimited Blade Works so far, is less of just an alternate route and more like a weird sequel. Like, you could argue the intent is that Archer is actually like Fate Route Chiro, like what would happen to Fate Route Chiro eventually after the end of that route. Kind of weird. I mean, I guess we are involving time travel in a weird way. The red cloak flutters. In an instant, he closes the gap and thrusts the spike at me. My weapon is destroyed in one blow. A sword I hastily projected for the... You know, and it's funny you say that, Kendrix, because I did kind of have those complaints where I was like, doesn't really feel like Shiro actually learned anything. And I guess, well, he didn't, so... I'm pretty sure I said basically that. I guess I have to take the L on this one. My complaints were anticipated, and Unlimited Blade Works is about that. We'll see what Shiro learns at the end of this one. A sword I hastily projected for the first time can't hold up against his weapons. And yet, he throws aside his weapon while I'm unarmed. Oh, is it time for the manly punching? The next projection is Durandal, said to be a sword of conquerors. Now, he just wanted to show you Durandal. Is it good when your magic circuits do that? I skip 4 counts and instantly project a replica of his weapon. Of course, my imitation is broken with one attack. I've fallen. I'm falling! I was pushed back and fell backward onto the rubble. It might be Jover, the music cut out. And then, I'm surprised. Just that fall was enough to stain the rubble red. Huh. I just never noticed that my body is dead, both inside and outside. You know, some people say this every day. That's what you say after clocking out of work. At a service job.
叶わないと知ってなおここに現れる愚かさ生涯くだらぬ理想にとらわれ自らの意志を持たなかったまがいものそれが自身の正体だと理解したが
His voice resounds. I'm covered in wounds. Each of them is deep enough to sink a finger into. I'm seriously screwed.
そんなものに生きている価値はない何よりこの俺が確信しているのだエミヤシロという男の人生に価値
Stop. You gotta stop pretending like you're a distinct entity from Shiro after all this, man. I know you're just talking about yourself.
ただ救いたいから救うなどそもそも感情として間違えている人間として交渉したお前は初めから
I know you're just talking about yourself. It's not even subtle anymore. I have almost no magical energy left. To make matters worse, my magic circuits are burning. They've been burning since yesterday's projection, actually. Something that was about to break is now completely broken. That's all. But my body protests that it can still fight. I've just been playing tough, pretending that my broken heart is whole. So, I need to stand up and beat him. I still gotta kick this loser's ass.
無駄なことを
Mudana.
俺はお前の理想だ。叶うはずなどないと今ので理解できたはずだ。
I invest what remains of my consciousness into all of my circuits. Oh no, he's turning into Game Boy Vision. My nerves splinter and scream. Within myself, I weave together 8 counts without skipping a beat. That doesn't sound like he said what he said. He sounded like he said off. Trace off. Yeah, it did say. See, I'm not crazy. You also heard it. It said off. I acquire his dual swords. What does trace off mean then? Kancho and Bakuya, a pair of masterworks forged by an ancient smith. I swing. I'll keep attacking over and over with all my remaining strength until I burn out. Dual swords need dual swords to intercept them. Archer switches weapons to Kancho and Bakuya, then defends against my combo without taking a single step back.
そうか。認めるわけにはいかないのはどう
It's true.
俺がお前の理想である限り、エミヤシロウは誰よりも俺を否定しなければならない。
His calm words piss me off. He just keeps quipping at me while I can hardly even breathe. You're getting rage baited again, Shiro. I attack desperately. He locks our swords together without parrying me. I'm being pushed back, weapons and all. There's a vast gap in our physical strength. I don't have a chance of winning a pushing match.
では聞くがな、シロウ。お前は本当に正義の味方になりたいと思っているのか？
For an instant, the sudden question makes my mind go blank.
何を今さら俺はなりたいんじゃなくて絶対に
That's our
なるんだ
Shiro.
よ
I put my muscle into it and glare back right at him. And he answers.
そう。絶対にならなければならない。なぜならそれは、エミヤシロウにとってただ一つの感情だからだ。
You're a really shallow guy, aren't you?
感情。たとえそれが自身の内から現れたものでないとしても。
His heart-wrenching words stop me in my tracks. It's a desire that didn't come from within me. I deny it before I even consider what that means. I can't let him make me say it. I can't realize what he means. Deep down, I know that if I comprehend what he means, then Shiro Emiya's very foundation will crumble away.
ほう。その様子では、うすうす感づいてはいたようだな。いや、初めから気づいていて、それを必死に遠ざけていただけだったのか。
It's been a long time.
今の俺では、思い出すことさえできないわ。
I clamp my lips shut. I don't want to know. I know that I shouldn't know. Still, I finally realize that I have to know it. Shiro Emiya's paradox. The answer to what my mistake was and what's wrong with me. God, I feel like there's a lot you could say about what's wrong with you.
俺には、もはやお前の記憶などない。だが、
You sure still seem mad about them, though.
一面の炎と充満した死の海。絶望の中で助けを乞い、叶えられた時の感情。エミヤキツグという男の、俺を助け出した時に見せた安堵の顔。
I'd accepted my death, and my heart was empty. Then someone saved me. My rescuer smiled at me with tears in his eyes. When I saw that, I thought that he looked so happy.
そうだ。お前はただ一人助けられたことで、助けられなかった
There's
人々
something
に後ろめた
extra
さを感
wrong
じてい
with
た
you.
わけじゃない
It。wasn't just survivor's guilt, but a secret new thing.
ただ、エミやキリツグに憧れただけだ。あの男の、お前を助けた顔があまりにも幸せそうだったから、自分もそうなりたいと思っただけ。
Yeah, no, you're right, Kendricks. That's a good little thing. It's like pottery, right? It rhymes. Right. Back then, I wasn't the one who was saved. I consider a thought that I've been avoiding. If Kiritsugu caused that fire, then the guilt would have been unbearable. It was a tragedy without a single survivor. Kiritsugu must have searched for survivors like a man possessed. And then he found one when none were expected. He found a child that should have been beyond helping, who shouldn't even have been alive. What a miracle that must have felt like. But I understood that he saved me. I didn't know what his circumstances were. It was good enough for me that someone rescued me from that hell. Even if the emotion was directed at himself, his will to save me, and the earnestness of wishing for someone to be saved were all genuine. And that was enough. It was enough for me that Kiritsugu Emiya saved me after I had become nothing. That's why.
そう。子が親に憧れるのは当然だ。
You got weird about it.
だが、お前はそれが行き過ぎた。エミやキリツグ。エミやキリツグがなりたかったものに憧れるだけならよかった。だが、最後に奴はお前に呪いを残した。言うまでもないだろう。それがお前の全てだと言ってもいい。
じいさんの夢は俺が。
That was the answer. A man even emptier than me heard my innocent words, entrusted his wish to me in relief, and passed away. From that moment on, Shiro Emiya had no choice but to become a hero of justice. My own feelings didn't matter. All I needed to do was become the person I looked up to, for the sake of someone I looked up to when I was young. The wish for everyone to be happy was an impossible one, which came from Kiritsugu, not me.
気づいているのだろう。
Whoops, your dying dad accidentally gave you an insane complex.
お前の理想は
He didn't do that on purpose, but
エミやキリツグという男がなりたかったもの、エミやキリツグが正しいと信じたものを真似ているだけに過ぎ
well,
ない。
if dad couldn't do it, I can do it, right? I'm not perpetuating some sort of horrific cycle, am I? I grit my teeth and desperately try to bolster my breaking heart. And yet,
正義の味方だと笑わせるな。誰かのためになるとそう繰り返し続けたお前の思いは決して自ら生み出されたものではない。そんな男
yeah,
が
yeah.
他
It's,
人の
again,
助
it's
けになる
pottery.
などと思い
I said this
ながらも
before,
甚
but
だ
like
せい。
there's a nice comparison between Archer and Gilgamesh as well. Gilgamesh has all the originals. Archer makes copies. It's like pottery. That's why Gilgamesh called him a faker. His blades cut through the air. His swings, filled with reproach, rained down on me with unprecedented aggression. Nice. As I watch the raging flurry of blows, I accept that I'm going to die here, just like I did 10 years ago. Impact after impact pounds me down. Once beautiful swordsmanship has deteriorated into brute force. My left arm trembles after blocking the strikes. The shock of it has broken my fingers holding the sword. Damn. I scrounge up every bit of mental focus I have left to create a Concho and just barely deflect another slash. He's got me. His first assault already pushed me to near death. I won't survive this next barrage of blows. Yet somehow, my heart is broken, but my body denies him with all its might. It screams that he's wrong. Like a part of me earnestly feels that it's wrong to admit he's right and let myself die here. I look up. My eyes aren't working. They don't see my enemy. They only replay his memories. Within them, there's an image of me huddled up like a turtle in its shell, trying desperately to survive. I hear more than the sounds of blades clashing. It's him. With each attack, he berates himself.
そうだ。誰かを助けたいという願いが綺麗だったから憧れた。
I take his sword strikes again and again. Bakuya is broken. Concho is my last lifeline.
故に、自身からこぼれ落ちた気持ちなどない。これを偽善と言わず何という。
Concho breaks and my life begins to peter out. My chest hurts. Shiro Emiya's heart is torn apart, not by the waterfall of sword strikes, but by Archer's words.
この身は誰かのためにならなければならないと脅迫観念に突き動かされてきた。それが苦痛だと思うことも破綻していると気づく間もなく、ただ走り続けた。
Denial after denial. With each rejection, I lose my will to fight. My body already wants to retire, unable to take the physical shock. And yet, that very same body keeps denying him desperately.
だが、所詮は偽物だ。そんな偽善では何も救えない。皆、もとより何を救うべきかも定まらない。
Ouch. I'm sent flying. I sail through the air, not unlike during the encounter with Berserker. This happens to him a lot, but I plant my feet. His blow threatened to send me tumbling into the rubble, but I stand my ground with all my might. Oh yeah, that is interesting. That is an interesting choice by Agreed. It is true. It is true that Archer, in his dialogue there, wasn't using pronouns. So clearly the intent is to be like he's talking to both himself and Shiro at the same time, because they are one. This is me, but also you. I feel bad for failing, and I'm gonna make you feel bad for failing. My body knows. It's stubbornly refusing to fall because it knows that it can't get up again once it does. Owie. I plant my broken Concho in the ground and use it to support my weight. I pitch forward, nearly falling over, and I can't get up. I brace myself against Concho with both hands, holding onto it like a walking stick. I must look pathetic. From the side, I might even look like I'm kneeling before him.
その理想は破綻している。自身より他人が大切だという考え、誰もが幸福であってほしい願いなど、空
Yeah, the
想の
crestfallen
話
knight
だ。
does.
そんな夢を抱いてしか生きられないのであれば、抱いたまま溺死しろ。
Your problem is, you want to save everyone, but you can't save everybody until you save yourself first. Unfortunately, you don't care about yourself, so... Look, he's saying it right now even. My life isn't worth living. No, he said that my entire life was worthless. My weapons are gone. It's futile to even stand up. Meanwhile, he doesn't even look winded, much less wounded. This duel is decided. No, it was from the very beginning. There was no way Shiro Emiya could ever match the heroic spirit Emiya. But this is wrong, too. If the gap in our abilities was truly that large, then this silly scuffle wouldn't even happen. It's my heart that lost this fight. I'm weak because I realized that I'm wrong and accepted that he's right. I've only lost on that front. Because...
Nani?
Nani? Because my body has been protesting that it won't lose to you. Why else? Why else would it get stronger every time you dismissed my ideals as fake?
ふざけんなこんちくしょう
Oh, I'm on fire again. I can reach him. I know I can. If my weapons are broken, I'll just use them as they are. If everything I have is broken, then I'll mobilize everything I don't have. If I haven't lost, then there are depths I've still yet to reach. My headache throbs again. Oh, he's probably gonna do it. For an instant, I see his scenery, probably for the last time. I can't understand him, but I think I can learn from his pain. He's a hero whose incantations express and judge himself. Right now, I can't understand the will behind those words, but I'll accept them in your place. He's gonna do it. He's gonna say it.
体は
I chant the verse, loud and proud. Emiya's own words hurt him. He accepted that and chose to kill me. That's all he wanted at the end of his long journey. Then, just as you deny me, I'll strike you down if it's the last thing I do. Watch out, he's gonna do it. It's that.
剣でできている
Oh, I see. Oh, is this like an example of like, I'm always terrible at explaining this thing about Japanese. Where it's like it's like a homonym basically. The kanji is the same, but the meaning is changed. I whisper it without thinking. I look up. On the verge of death, I stand up to him. I swallow a glob of blood that was blocking my throat. The once fading Yang sword, Kansho, is cloaked in a concrete image once more.
貴様まだそうだこんなので夢だなんてそんなこと
I've always known that, but I've kept believing in it because I think it's right. I followed in Kiritsugu's footsteps because it's a dream that will come true and an impossible ideal. I didn't realize we were doing unlimited blade works at the club. Even if it never comes true, if I keep running, I'll get close to it one day.
そうか彼女
I love. Of course this is the Shiro's response. I just simply wouldn't give up. Oh, okay. He is bringing up the sheet. I ready my sword. I don't care about that. Right now, I just...
お前には負けない誰かに負けるのはいいけど自分には
I'll
負けない
never lose to myself. Need to keep being Shiro Emiya until the very end. Oh, here comes a cool CG. It is an unbelievable fight between swords. This was 100% your wallpaper for a time in 2006. So many of this game's CGs make excellent wallpaper material. Takeuchi really snapped with some of the CGs in this. He charges in despite being fully wounded. His fingers are broken, his limbs shredded. He hasn't even realized that he's not breathing anymore. The speed is insignificant, and the blows he delivers are mediocre. This guy sucks, but he's got his heart in the fight. He may have absorbed Archer's knowledge and advanced to a point where he can fight him, but he's back to being a boy again. He executes a haphazard, mediocre attack. And yet, that first blow is heavier than any of the other attacks before. His heart's really in it, is the thing. It's simply the fact that he wants it more than you, Archer. He just wants it more. Apathy turns to astonishment. His sword seems to shout. The boy swings a long sword faster than his opponent ever imagined. Where is this power coming from? The vigor of their clash reaches an unprecedented pitch. The man can't even pivot to defense. Each attack is lethal enough to take his head. He judges that this situation must be taken seriously and moves his swords accordingly. Up and down, left and right. The 4 slashes unleashed in an instant are enough to cut the boy to ribbons. But he blocks them. No, the boy launches a bladed tempest that overcomes the 4-fold technique. He wields his longsword with swift skill. The man senses that he must attack or be cut down. The longsword assails its dying enemy. The boy swings his sword foolhardily. The two sides struggle. Sparks fill the air, declaring that any who enter the ring will be torn apart. But this should be the dying spark of a walking corpse. With each attack, the boy's breathing becomes more labored and he looks closer to collapse. But he takes another step and attacks again. Having seen this, the man is sure of something. His enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is a walking corpse. And yet why does the boy continue to wield the sword as if he has infinite strength? Literally, he just wants it more than you. He just wants it more, Archer. That's why you fail. He's like, I simply wouldn't give up, and then he doesn't, unlike you, who gave up. He isn't conscious of it. He doesn't know what his opponent is doing, nor can he tell if his attacks are working. He cries out, his muscles begging for oxygen. They demand that he stop due to a lack of blood. And he pushes through it all with brute force. Only one thought occupies his mind. His feelings are fake. Just like this guy says, he probably can't become a hero of justice. As long as Shiro Emiya looks up to that goal, he'll reach the same destination as the man before him. But he felt that it was beautiful. He knows that it's hypocritical to value others over himself. And still, he longed for such a life, wondering how nice it would be to live that way. He really is a Gosling poster. He really is the Imagine Bleeding Out Here guy. He wants to die like that. He thinks it would be epic. That's the difference between future Archer Emiya and Shiro Emiya as he is now. He sees Archer's future and is like, that's epic, actually. I want to die tragically. I don't care if I ever become a hero of justice. I think it would be epic to try and fail. Which, like I said, isn't that the story of all heroes at the end of the day? The value is in the trying, isn't it? Doesn't matter if you win, you gotta try. Billions must try. I need the Shiro and the Billions Must Try shirt to edit stat. He longed for such a life, wondering how nice it would be to live that way. It's the only motivation driving his body forward on the verge of death. Literally, Archer didn't know how good he fucking had it. Oh, it's so sad that people depend on me and think I'm cool as fuck. He can't hear what his enemy is saying. It speaks to how fierce the clash is, how meek his foe's voice is. Looking closer, the boy's hands gripping the sword have melded with the hilt. Damn! He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that, he will directly feel the impact from the sword. He's bloody, and if he takes a single step back, he'll pitch over. The boy's accepted that each swing of his sword will be hellish suffering. It irritates the man, but he takes it. It seems to offend his stubbornly persistent enemy. but he's just as irritated with himself for not backing down when he knows that even one step back would end this. But how could he retreat now? There's no room for parley now, and he's in a pitched duel with his enemy. It would be shameful to turn his back on the childishly forged sword, and it would be utterly humiliating not to meet the attacks head on. See, this is the thing about Archer, right? He talks a big game about how all of Shiro's ideals are fake, childish bullshit, but then he's like, he has also the biggest ego in the world. He's like, well, backing down would make me look bad. Which is really funny. Like, he tries to act like none of that hero bullshit affected him, and that it was actually all terrible and tragic, that people treated him like a big hero and depended on him, and maybe, yeah, even used him a little callously. But then he still has, like, the ego that came with it, which is really funny. Like, yeah, sure, people probably did take advantage of Archer's, like, goodwill and desire to be a hero, but he still got a fucking big head about it. He's like, well, I am the best. I am fucking good at making swords. And I'm not gonna back down to this little shit kid's shitty sword. All it would take for his enemy to destroy himself is for the man to retreat one step. But he senses that he'll have conceded something decisive if he backs down now. What happened to not caring about ideals, huh? Soon, this worry will fade. His enemy is at his limits. 3 more attacks. If he repels just 3 attacks, then his enemy will destroy himself. He clicks his tongue at his own foolishness. Just earlier, he thought the boy had 2 attacks left. Then he delivered more than 10. You're bad at fucking counting, Archer. Oh, did you actually make it? Let me see. This is good. Thank you. Highly accurate representation of this character. I'll get it here. Let me do it. I'll put it on here for you. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. He can live right down here. The boy isn't going to fall. Archer realizes he might have actually made his younger self even more annoying. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy, who's on the brink of death, frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. And then he sees him. He looks upon him with his very own eyes for the first time. I keep swinging my sword until I reach my foe with arms ready to fall off. The only thing that can be heard is a strained yell. That shout is the price I paid for each exchange of blows. There are the people who weren't saved, and myself who wasn't saved. The memories come unbidden, and I swore that I'd never let this happen again. How many years have passed? There were things that were lost. Things I lost. There will always be things that I forgot and failed to pick up. That's why I made an oath I won't forget. To become a hero of justice, to always do what's right. Even if it isn't my own wish, even if it's just a way to lighten my own sins, I'll keep that oath. I'll make the dream come true. When I was young, someone saved me, entrusted me with his dream, and passed away alone. I believe in the wish behind his words. Even if the whole world shuns me and the oath turns out to be a curse, I won't give it up. Shadow the Hedgehog talked about this too. And then, the man realizes that there is no end to this repeating conflict. This enemy will not stop. The enemy will not stop on his own. His enemy makes each attack with desperate abandon, but he isn't even aware of who he's fighting. The boy is trying to cut down himself. He is the one who is doing the obstructing. The man's enemy is swinging his sword for everything he's believed in, and everything he'll continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy keep fighting, even if he knows he can't win. Even if he knows there's no point. That is the exact mistake the man once made. So why? Why does he want to see how far this boy will go? Quiero! He raises his longsword. The enemy's attack can no longer be trifled with. He repels the attacks and counters with a strike meant to crush the enemy's skull with certainty. The high-pitched sound of metal. The boy repels what should have been a decisive blow. He couldn't even stop one attack until now, but he easily defended against a strike that delivered with the man's full might. Archer starts to realize he might be in trouble. He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheaths it in a single large stance. Oh, we're just doing Aya Jutsu now, huh? Yeah, this is the most look of, I might have fucked up. I did this whole time travel plot to do an elaborate suicide, but I might have made my younger self even more annoying. But his eyes, they're looking straight at him. The impact breaks one of my limbs. My sense of pain isn't numb at all. The pain is enough to knock me out, but I push through it with sheer rage. I'm dehydrated. I can't afford to lose any more liquid. The enemy's left arm is wide open. I've lost one side of my body, so this will have to be the last blow. That thought doesn't enter my head. One thing I do like here, and maybe this is just me being bad at reading, but I don't think so, is it kind of feels like it's swapping back and forth between Shiro and Archer's perspectives, and their narration is almost melding together a little bit, which I think is neat. Right? It like gets to points where it's a little unsure who's doing the narration, and I think that's intentional. It kind of goes hard. Good writing in my visual novel. Who would have thought? All I can think is he slashes with the longsword in an effort. See, now it's switched back to Archer, right? Because I know Shiro has the longsword. He slashes with the longsword in an effort to protect his exposed left chest. He can make it. It would be easy to close the distance. This is my last chance. That's the only thought on my mind. Even if Shiro Emi is fake, this is real. Yeah, the perspective changes in the art too. Whenever we have the mansion background, it's Shiro. Whenever it's like the CG, it's Emiya. I think that's really good. He wants everyone to be happy. It's an ideal that everyone's felt, I'm sure. So I won't take it back. Because this dream will always be. His gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him. And he continues to run without stopping. The words drive straight into his chest. The attack comes, fueled by hell-bent determination. There's enough time to block it, but the gears never turn in his head, and the battle draws to an abrupt close. Got him. Unfortunately, Shiro did just want it more. Sorry, Archer, try again. Stab. He hears the sound of the blade piercing his chest. The surprised one is, of course, the Red Knight. The boy bet everything on a desperate attack, so he would expect it to defeat his opponent. He couldn't afford to make any other choice anyway. So it is the knight who is surprised. Truly, he wonders why he didn't defend against an attack that would have been easy to stop. Another really good CG, by the way. This is a really good CG, too. I like the lighting a lot. I'm about to collapse, so I lean on my good right leg. I drove Concho into Archer's chest.
アーチャー。なぜ
Had she been watching the whole time? Saber asks a question from the entrance to the hall. Archer doesn't answer. Maybe he feels that he doesn't need to, or maybe he doesn't have an answer for it. My fingers feel numb. My broken fingers tell me that they can't hold a sword anymore. Yeah, it's like the yin and yang on Concho and Bakugan. It's like pottery and rhyme. The Red Knight doesn't move. I might have stabbed him through the chest, but he is a servant, so he could easily counterattack. But his arms remain at his sides and show no sign of movement. I know what that means, of course.
俺の勝ちだ、アーチャー。
I fix my gaze on him and declare victory. The Red Knight closes his eyes once and admits,
ああ。そして、私の敗北だ。
He stares into the distance. His murmur sounds like it was meant to convince himself. Another thing I like is that it seems like Archer is destined to die in this hall. Because that's where he also died fighting Berserker in Fate Ring. I pull out the sword. The moment my projected sword touches the air, it disperses into dust, as if it never existed. We'll see if that continues into the third one. I don't know. This might just be a coincidence. Yeah, that is true, Kentrix. I didn't expect that shit to get so literal. I'm just like, yeah, that's like Buddhism stuff. We take our Buddhism very literally around here. I finally look around, my tension drained. What a wreck. My lacerations look like they're on the mend, but in some places they're turning into a reddish-black color. Archer said something about it being Saber's sheath, but I wonder how it decides what to heal first. It heals the cuts right away, but broken bones seem to be a lower priority. I mean, I guess if it's a cut, right, you're in danger of bleeding out. A bone won't probably kill you. Oh. I hear hurried footsteps coming from the west side of the hall, in the direction Lancer disappeared off to. Someone's coming. She appears on the second-story terrace, jumps down to the hall floor without hesitating, and... I knew you'd be okay if you fell on your butt. Hugs herself from the pain of the fall.
シロ、無事
Girl, there were stairs right down. It wouldn't have taken that much more longer.
あーちゃん、あんたその傷どうしちゃったのよ
Chisaka raises her voice to match the distress with which she arrived. I love how she's like, Archer, what the fuck? How did you lose? Lancer rescued her, just as promised. Plus, I'm honestly amazed to see Chisaka alive and well. She can't decide if she wants to check if I'm okay, or be upset at Archer for getting injured.
まったく、つくづく甘い。彼女がもう少し非道な人間なら、私もかつての自分になど戻らなかった。
Unfortunately, Rin, you're two actually nice. The Red Knight's words are sarcastic, but I can hear warmth behind them. After giving Tosaka a look, he turns on his heel, as if to leave the stage.
ともあれ、決着はついた。お前を認めてしまった以上、エミヤなどという英雄はここにはいられん。
Defeated male leaves, it's true.
敗者は早々に立ち去るとしよう。
Archer withdraws coolly. He isn't even going to say goodbye to Tosaka. He's heavily wounded, and he doesn't have a master. Is he going to disappear here and return to where the other heroic spirits come? It all happened in an instant. A lethal attack, just as I began to relax around Tosaka. Man, what a sore loser. Multiple swords rain down. The torrent of blades comes down to skewer me as I stand around spacing out. What a fucking sore loser you become later in life, Shiro. I hit the ground. Someone pushes me and I fall backwards onto some rubble. I was shoved about a meter away. From where I am, I can only watch. Oh, I see. Oh, hey, oh, it's like pottery. It rhymes. I'm killing myself now, Shiro. I'm killing myself in front of you and irreparably changing your life. My broken limbs can't support my body. I'm too weak to even stand up. Oh wait, no, that was Gilgamesh. Sorry. I thought Archer had made those, but it was obviously Gilgamesh. I see now. Instead, all I can do is watch another version of me get skewered before my very eyes.
何者
For a second, I thought this was just Archer killing himself. Saber's challenge breaks the silence. Which, to be fair, he did do that earlier. He did do the sword rain earlier, so, like, come on. Her voice is directed at the second floor, at the top of the broken stairs.
楽しませてもらったぞ。偽物同士。実にくだらない戦いだった。
Oh, this fucking guy, am I right?
貴様アーチャー
Honestly, though, can I be honest here? I'm not too worried about Gilgamesh in this route. Like, with Saber having Rin's magical energy powering her, I feel like she can take him pretty well. Like, honestly, I feel like the only reason Saber does not stand up very well to Gilgamesh in the Fate route is because she's nerfed. I think she can take him.
10年ぶりだな、セイバー。お前とはもう少し早く顔合わせをする気であった。予定が変わった。
Like, I really think the matchup is much more in Saber's favor this time. So I'm just like, whatever, man. You're gonna die. You're gonna get got. It's Gilgamesh, the servant who defeated Berserker and killed Ilium. He ignores Saber's glare and looks down at me and Archer.
さて、理解したか？それが本物の重みというものだ。
It would make sense Gilgamesh does not fucking like Archer, right? Because, like, Gilgamesh, like I said, he has the originals of all the Noble Phantasms. So he would probably see Archer making those copies as an insult.
いかに形を見せ力を見せようが、所詮は作り物。本物の輝きには及ばない。
Hey man, can you speak it up? The dramatic music is kind of overpowering you. He raises a hand, as if about to command an army.
偽物が作り上げた贋作など見るのも汚ら
Oh,
わしい。
see, he even said it. I've got a good read on these characters.
クズ。貴様らのうちには何一つ新作が存在せぬ。他人の真似事だけで出来上がった偽物は特ゴミになるがいい。
He unleashes countless noble phantasms into the hall. An unavoidable torrent falls on us. I count just under 30 noble phantasms. Even if I was still in one piece, there's nothing I could do to defend myself against this assault. Dust fills the air. The hall collapses even further, rocked by explosions. In the middle of it all, I see him. A fluttering red cloak. He runs toward me looking like a pincushion and gives me another shove. I watch his red figure fade into the distance. His eyes convey a firm message. You defeat him. He tells me that since he lost to me and I'm going to become a hero of justice, this is a villain I have to defeat. A cloud of dust blocks out my vision. The red cloak sinks into the rubble. I'm sure I saw him before he left. His confident eyes declare, this servant is no match for us. It won't be Saber or Tosaka who defeats him, although I'm sure they could. My other self tells me that Shiro Emiya is the Golden Servant's natural enemy. Or, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in Fate Route, Saber kind of handled him, but whatever. My vision clears up. A layer of dust settles over the hall, now covered in a new layer of rubble. Nothing else happens. The Red Knight disappeared after he was buried under the rubble.
ほう、驚いたぞアーチャー。
あの傷で他人を救う余裕があったとはな。
His tone is filled with derision and irony. The man's lips curl into a smirk. He looks down at Archer's bloody remains. Silence falls. Gilgamesh is the strongest being in this place now. One wrong move and we'll follow Archer. Saber's lips are tightly sealed. She's watching for a chance to face the enemy. However,
この誰に断って私の
oh,
相
is
手に
she
手を
so
出した
mad
の
about
よ
it? Tosaka loses her temper after losing Archer. Once again, I don't know, I'm really not intimidated by Gilgamesh this time. I'm like, I feel like Saber could handle it. Like, with charged up on Rin Juice, I feel like she can just, like, Excalibur as many times as it takes. I don't know. Maybe I'm overestimating it here. Light flies through the air. Tosaka charges a jewel with as much energy as she can and fires pure destructive energy without any modifications. Gilgamesh doesn't even try to dodge it. Yeah, the Yuri power attack. The attack doesn't leave a scratch on her.
死に損ないを先にするつもりだったのだが、順序が変わったな、女。
The swords floating behind him sentence Tosaka to death. They hurtle toward her at high speed, but Saber arrives even faster to deflect them, protecting her master.
セーバーリン下がってあの男は危険だ手を出せば殺されます
He is dangerous.
ほう今のマスターはそのよかろう
That's right, Gilgamesh. I'm bisexual.
お前を失って楽しみが減るから
Good, so am I. I've yet to see evidence of that. Saber just glares up at our enemy, her invisible sword at the ready.
なぜここにいるアーチャーオウミは前回の聖杯戦争で呼ばれたサーバー
Oh yeah, that is true, Enki. I just mean in the context of this visual novel. I guess he's kind of gay with Kira. Like, he has kind of a hate fuck thing going on with Kira.
そのあなたがなぜ今回も限界している
なぜも何もあるまい前回の戦いが終わった後我は消えずにこの世にとどまった
I
だけだ
simply didn't leave. What, you can't do that?
そんなバカなサーバントは聖杯が消えた時点でこの世との接点をなくすはずだならばあなたが10
I bet
年
he
もの間
does.
とどま
That
っていられ
doesn't
るはずは
surprise
な
me
い
at all, Ventress.
そうでもないぞもとよりこの世との接点は聖杯ではなくよりしろとなったマスターだ聖杯はあくまで道を
What
通
if, now,
したに過ぎ
this is just a hypothetical,
聖杯が
but
消
what
え
if,
た後も
because my master doesn't have enough magical energy on his own, and master does, he simply stole a bunch of orphans and had me siphon off of their blood juices.
もっとも聖杯の助力なしでサーバントを維持できるマスターなどそうはいないがなその点で言えば俺のよりしろは魔力不足ではあった
ならばどちらにせよあなたがとどまれるはずがないサーバントを
Just a
持つことに
hypothetical.
マスターが耐えられないならあなたは召喚者ともども枯渇しているはずだ
それもやりようであろう魔術回路が少なければ知識で補うのが魔術師というや
And a lot of dead children.
その点で言えば俺のマスターはなかなかに筋金の入った男だ
Past tense? So his master is no longer alive? No, Shinji was his master. The fact that ungovernable Gilgamesh was following Shinji's orders was proof enough of that.
ではあなたのマスターはライダーのマスターと同じように
For now.
ああ事故で補えなければ他人から奪うのは当然だろうだが実を言えばそのような手間もいらなかったのだがな俺は聖杯を浴びた唯一のサーバントだ
Yeah, I guess
この時代における
because he
地獄な
drank
ど
the Grail
10
juice,
年前に済ませ
Gilgamesh is technically like quote unquote alive. In a way, servants aren't. So he just, lives. He doesn't need to be sustained by magical energy. Saber stares at him in shock. The mention of 10 years ago seems to pain her.
そうお前のおかげだぞセイバーあれが何であるか我は誰よりも熟知している
It's actually pretty gross. Holy Grail actually ain't so
中
holy.
にあるものを見たのだからな
ではあの時あなたは
ああ聖杯の正体を理解したその時に決めた
Yeah, Saber's situation is
俺
weird.
だけが扱うとな
He speaks to Saber. No, the Golden Servant's decree is directed at all of us.
聖杯を
Yeah, Saber still kind of goes back to the Throne of Heroes. She just members.
そうマスターなどという
And experiences time still kind of linearly.
俺は俺の目的のために聖杯を使おうその最大の障害であった勝利
Yeah, to her dying in regrets. She doesn't go back to the Throne of Heroes. She's just like frozen, dying at Camelot until she gets summoned again. The greatest obstacle, my summon, is gone.
残ったものはより城にもならぬ魔術師もどきだけだ俺の望みにはそのなり損ないこそが
Yeah,
ふさわしい
I guess without Curate Elysian, Gilgamesh is even crazier.
もっともお前の見込みあるいは完全な聖杯が出来上がるやもしれんがさ
The man eyes Tosaka. Tosaka shrinks away and goes a little pale, realizing how dangerous he is. His red eyes are ominous beyond comparison. Anyone would feel intensely uncomfortable under their gaze. His eyes are so bizarre that they even scare the unflappable Tosaka.
バカな聖杯はマスターが得るものだ我らサーバントでは得られないからこそマスターに協力するのだろう
But isn't that only because of your spirits? He's got a real boy body.
それこそがおかしな話だ聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけでありながら聖杯を得られるのはマスターだけだという
He's kind of both right now.
しかしそれは
全てはくだらぬざれ事だ
Unless it's all bullshit and the rules are fake, which is also possible.
7人のマスターによる聖杯の奪い合い最後の一人となったマスターのみが聖杯を得る儀式だと
What if we all just made up these rules to trick you, and none of it was ever true?
そんなものはただの隠れ蓑に過ぎん
What if you don't actually have to do all that shit?
もとより聖杯の恒例など済んでいる連中は毎回聖杯を用意してから
Killing other
7人の
servants just
サーバン
makes the
トを
Grail even powerfuler, or something as I
わかるか
recall.
騎士よ連中が必要としたのは聖杯ではなくその中に入るものだ
It's kind of surprising to me nobody figured this out up to this point.
マスターなど元は我らを呼ぶためだけの回路に過ぎ魔術師どもはな聖杯を作りはしたがその中身を用意できなかった先ほども言っただろう事故で補えないのならよそから奪ってくるのが奴らだと
It feels weird to me nobody else ever figured this out, because it seems pretty obvious.
最高純度の魔力守護者とも言える霊長最強の魂こそが奴らが求めたものだ7人のサーバントとはな
Like, did you think it was a
元々聖杯に
death
くべら
fight
れ
for
る
no
生贄
reason?
のことらしいぞ
Saber stares at him in shock. Her eyes try to deny his words. It can't be true. The Holy Grail I sought can't be something this abhorrent. She seems to be telling herself.
驚くことはあるまい聖杯は魂という
A strainer.
本人でなければ制
Don't
御でき
compare
る
it to a
力を
coffee maker.
純粋な魔力に返すろ過器だああ確かにそれならば願いは叶おう魔術師どもにとっては永遠に使い切れぬ魔力
Just,
量
you
だ
know,
ろう
the
から
human
な
cost.
故に
Just shove some souls
生
into
贄は
that
多
bad
ければ
boy.
多いほどよい6人ものサーバントをくべれば それは万能と言えるだろう。聖杯が汲み取ったサーバントは5人。奴らが目指した万能の釜まではあと1人分で十分だ。
それではやはり聖杯はマスターにしか扱えない。聖杯が純粋なマルコの貯蔵庫だというのなら扱えるのは魔術師だけ。
I don't know why this is being treated as a big reveal. It sounds like basically what everybody's been saying all along.
そうだ。持ち主となるマスターさえ優れた術者ならきっと
あらゆる願いを叶えられるか。たわけ、人間風情にそのような奇跡は与えられん。どれほど強大な力を持とうと自滅するのが人間というものだ。だが安心しろセイバー、この聖杯は本物だ。きちんと7人分の英霊を組み込めば必ず
You were always one guy off. If only there was an eighth servant around to get all the other 7 into that hole.
ちょっと待った。じゃあ聖杯ってまさか。
何者かは知らんが、最初にこのルールを敷いた者は間違いなく神域の天才だろうよ。まあしかし俺には関係のない話ではある。俺はそんなものに興味はない。あるのは聖杯の門としての能力だけだ。
聖杯が門だと。
10年前だセイバー。あと一歩で聖杯を手に入れるという時、俺はお前に阻まれた。
Well, she was ordered to do it, yeah.
聖杯は聖剣によって両断され、こぼれ落ちた者は炎となって町を焼き払った。
That must have
聖杯
hurt.
の下にいた俺は当然その本流を一身に浴びたのだ。その時で聖杯の正体を知った。実にくだらぬが使い道はある。数ある兵器の中でもあれほど殺人に特化したものはあるまい。あれはあのままでいい。万能の釜になどする必要はない。
See, Gilgamesh is the one who says billions must
サ
die.
ーバントを持って生み出すものが兵器だというのか、アーチャー。
もともと我らとて兵器だ。あれはそれを突き詰めたものに過ぎん。聖杯とは地獄の門。
That's a lot of curses.
一度開けば中からは56億もの呪いが溢れ出す。琴峰は言っていなかった。聖杯の名はアンリ・マユ。
Wait, that sounds. I mean, I know that's also a real thing, but those sound like competing mythologies here.
その名の通り、すべての人間を食いつ
Might
め
as
す
well call it Pandora's box while you're at it. Andra Mainyu. If I recall correctly, that's the name of a devil from Zoroaster. I'm always bad at pronouncing this. Zoroastrianism. It's said to be a ruler of evil who has been fighting the gods for thousands of years. Where did Zero learn that? Listen, he's been playing a lot of Shin Megami Tensei. It's depicted as an embodiment of all of humanity's malice, to be a reflection of humanity's goodwill. So why is the Holy Grail named after some ancient Persian demon?
ではあなたの目的は。
I'm sure Angra Mainyu is in shit SMT at some point.
そう一層だ。俺は琴峰のように人間をめでようと努める気はない。めでるべきは美しいものだけだ。この世界は楽しいがな、同様にどしがたい。凡略の雑種が生を謳歌するなど王に対する冒涜
He
だ。
did say basically this in the favor.
それでは収める気にもなる。
It's just this time he doesn't have Kirei around telling him what to do.
バカじゃないのあんた。何が王に対する冒涜よ。人間が一人もいなくなったらそれこそ王様の意味な
Why
んて
would
な
you
いじゃ
think
ない。
that?
死に絶えるのならばそれでよい。自らの罪で消え去るのなら生きる価値などはあるまい。俺が欲しいものは雑種ではない。地獄の中ですら生き延びられる者にこそ支配される価値がある。その点で言えば前回のは落第だったな。あの程度の火で死に絶えるなど 今の人間は弱すぎる。
He's basically doing weird magic eugenics here. His lips curve up in a smile. For the first time, he looks at me, one of the failures.
この世すべての悪とやらが何者であるかは知
Shouldn't
ら
you
ん。
look into that?
だが都合が良いだろ。すべての人間に等しく落ちる
I'm
死の
just saying, you probably shouldn't use magic evil pot without knowing what it's about.
人より生まれた
Sounds like
人
it's
だ
gonna
けを
backfire.
殺す底なしの闇。本来俺がすべき仕事を任せるにはふさわしい猟犬だ。
Gilgamesh raises an arm. Noble phantasms float at the ready behind him, awaiting his command.
では10年前の続きといこう。あの時はくだらぬゴミが混ざったが、こたびはあのようなゴミはおらん。もっともそれ以上に立ちが悪いクズが混ざっているようだな。
He did drink the evil juice. I wouldn't be surprised if he's kind of a completely different guy and other stuff. All of the swords turn to point at me. I try to stand up, but my broken leg won't move the way I want it to. Crap, I can't even block a single one of those swords. Then why did Archer entrust his will to me? Uh-oh. The trauma is here. Oh wait, no, that's real fire. Sorry, I thought it was just a trauma back. I just thought it was a trauma flashback. I've been conditioned to think that whenever I see fire in this visual novel. The swords disappear. The golden servant suddenly puts down his arm. He looks up at the ceiling with displeasure and brushes something from his shoulder.
すすで汚れる。命拾いしたな。
What a dork.
小僧。
The castle's on fire. I don't know who set it. Oh yeah, Lancer did that. I don't know who set it alight, but it seems like a pretty intense blaze. The third floor is already surrounded by flames, and they've reached the second floor. No, that's not what I should be surprised about. He really decided not to fight because his clothes got dirty?
逃げるのですか、アーチャー。
場所を変えるだけだ、セイバー。聖杯は俺の手にある。ことは迅速に済ますのが俺の方針だからな。早々に聖杯を作り、地獄の穴を開けてやろう。
His blonde hair flutters. Gilgamesh walks towards a terrace that isn't on fire.
取り戻したければ早めにしろ。何しろ今回の聖杯は急増の欠陥品だ。急がなければ中身がすべてこぼれてしまう
And
ぞ。
that would be bad. That would make another big fire, probably. His muffled laughter echoes. Then he leaves the burning castle. Sparks have started to dance around the Great Hall, and the ceiling is crumbling by the second. The formerly ornate castle doesn't resemble itself anymore. Its master gone, it crumbles away without a trace, as if to follow the pale girl. Interlude. Shinji Mato wanders through the forest, his breathing ragged and bestial. He was headed— yeah, Shinji's still around. I figured as much. He was headed in a concrete direction, to be clear, but his mental state is utterly lost. With no objective, all he can do is run. Wandering is the only appropriate word to describe his behavior. What are you gonna do now? You don't have any servants anymore and you're just a little bitch baby. He pushes tree branches aside with one arm, splashing through the mud. Shinji heads for the forest exit, his blood stains marking his trail. Of course, the shoulder wound Lancer gave him hasn't healed. He's already lost sensation in his right arm. His wound is red and inflamed, and his arm won't move like a necrotized limb. He trips and stumbles into a tree. It must be difficult running with only one arm. His right arm hangs like dead weight. Then he realized that a part of his body was becoming dead weight and starts to laugh. Don't say that. Nero from Devil May Cry might hear you. His laugh turns into a coughing fit. It hurts. He feels hot and feverish, perhaps due to the wound. His hazy mind imagines his arm rotting away. Then he starts to hallucinate about all the people around him also rotting away. Now, not just their arms. All those other idiots should know their place and be hurt even worse than he is. He can't stop laughing. The thought makes the pain slightly more bearable. What a little freak. He has a real purpose now. His first goal is to gather arms. He'll take arms from everyone, no exceptions. I don't think you can just, like, replace it like that. It's not like Gunpla. You can't just pop out an arm and put a new one in there. The girl who wouldn't do what he said, she's the one he likes the most, and he can't stand the thought of her looking prettier than him. What? Well then get on E, brother. That's your fault. Fucking skill issue, brother. Put on the skirt then if you think you're so good. What did he mean by this? Would estrogen have fixed him? Shinji mumbles a laugh, then looks up. Probably not. Probably would have just made him a different type of freak. That servant is standing in front of him. When did he get here? He stares at the servant. The golden servant looks down at Shinji, the way one might look at livestock.
傷を負ったのか。ひどいな。それではさぞかし痛かろう。
I appreciate the obviously fake sympathy. His tone is utterly disinterested. Shinji's face distorts. He glares at the man in front of him, failing to realize what the servant's words might have implied.
痛かろうだと。誰のせいだと思っているんだ。お前が間抜けだからランサーなんかにやられたん
Such
だ
a
ぞ。
crybaby.
番契約もできないくせに偉そうなことを言うな。
Shinji rages at the servant. The golden servant nods, unconcerned.
その傷はランサーにつけられたのか。
Yeah, his voice acting is really good.
あのマスターを逃がしたのは奴だった。
ああ、そうだよ。お前がグズだから遠坂を逃がしちまったんだ。あんな死に損ないに取られるなんて思い出しただけで吐き気がする。
そうか。それは残念だ。
何落ち着き払ってんだよ。遠坂がいなけりゃ聖杯が手に入らないんだろ。さあ、お前のせいで全部台無しだ。分かってんのかよ。これからどうすれば。
安心しろ。予定に狂いはない。
I wonder who will use for that. The servant speaks emotionlessly. Shinji doesn't realize that the servant's red eyes aren't even looking at him.
どうやって？いくら聖杯があってもその器がないとできないってことにも言ってたじゃないか。
There's plenty of other hearts around, aren't there,
意味
Shinji?
がない。あれは優れた魔術回路につなげないと聖杯にならないんだろ。
Shinji approaches his servant and berates him for his incompetence. The golden servant nods again.
だから問題ない。より代になるマスターならここにもう一人いるじゃん。
I figured as much. Then he casually thrusts his arm out. Womp womp. Squish. Shinji doesn't realize what the noise was until the very end. His stomach feels strange. When he looks down, he sees a servant's arm. The fist is embedded in his body. It doesn't hurt, nor is there any blood. The servant's arm sinks deeper into his stomach, as if it's performing some outlandish spiritual surgery. You're in the wrong spot, buddy.
ならばくれてやろう。大事なもの
Just hold on to this in your tummy.
ああああ。
Blood vessels swell. Wriggle, 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 wriggle. He feels something alien swarming and writhing inside him. And then he ceases to be Shinji Mato. You're full of Grail slime now, pal. Did you have to invert the colors, though? I didn't need the slime to turn white. He convulses. Ew. Oh, never mind. It's something different, actually. There's just a swollen hunk of meat there now. Ugh. It has no clear shape. It's made up only of naked muscles and blood vessels, sudden growths of meat, and short-lived, decaying meat. That's rough, buddy. Can't say you didn't deserve it, though. It's true. Ilya's heart is... He's got 2 hearts in him now. His mind breaks, unable to withstand the discomfort of something wriggling inside of him and the pain of endless growth and decay. The servant watches for a while and then departs as if nothing remarkable happened.
力ある魔術師ならば変貌することもないだろうが。まあ、
Yeah, I guess, you know, when they used Ilya as the Grail vessel of Fate Root, you know, she was literally made for that shit, so she didn't turn into a big meatball. Chains extend out. The chain of the heavens appears in midair to bind the infinitely expanding and rotting mass of flesh. Currently, it's teetering between growth and decay, but the Holy Grail should quickly learn how to use its host. Once that happens, the growth should greatly exceed the decay. At this rate, this Holy Grail will soon be complete. If you say so.
何よりお前ならばふさわしい泥を吐き出すだろう、シンジ。
The servant chortles. Chortling is good. I feel like we don't see chortle as much anymore. In his shadow, the mass of flesh repeats "Help me" in a no longer human voice. That's rough, buddy. Not my problem, though. You fucking suck. Sucks to be you. A little Saya no Uta, you're right.
Shiro, 傷はもう痛まないのですか?
そっちの方は問題ない。痛って健康だし。
I guess because he's close to Saber again, he's healing up quite fine.
そうですか。それならいいのですが。
She ends the conversation, but it seems something else is still on her mind. It's been an hour since we returned. We both have something on our minds, but nothing is said. We don't have time to be glad that Tosaka is safe for now, nor do we have the time to celebrate our reunion. We are still in a dire situation. The last servant, Gilgamesh. As long as he holds the Holy Grail, we have no choice but to fight him. We don't have a plan to break out this predicament. The more we think about it, the more we are hit with the feeling of despair. Again, like, they're really hyping up Gilgamesh this time, but I'm just like, I don't know. Saber's really strong now. I feel like she could handle him. Of course, we wouldn't have anything to say to each other. Like, unless they did something to Gilgamesh in this route to make him even stronger, I don't know. However, that's not the only reason we're silent. It's probably because this is the last. This will be the last time we're heading into battle. Doesn't matter what's the result. Win or lose, what awaits us will be the same. The Holy Grail War will end here. After that, the three of us won't be able to talk like this again. Thinking back, we have only spent 10 short days together. We were thrust into one happening after another during these 10 days. So much so we don't even have time to think about what happened yesterday. But it's not all bad memories during these 10 days. Now thinking back, there are irreplaceable memories I've made in these 10 days. And that's the reason we are not saying anything. We don't want to admit our time together is ending, and we're swallowing the words we want to say. Kosaka, Saber, and myself all have the answers in our heads. The reason we won't say it out loud is because we don't want to end what we had in the manner we have now. We're all friends,
じゃあ私
and
か
I
ら
want
言
to
う
be
けど
friends forever.
私はあーちゃんの敵を討つ。裏切られたしひどいやつだったけど
He was a shithead, but also
あいつは
he's
シロ
you,
だったから
and I like you, so. Kosaka said so with determination in her voice. We will face Gilgamesh. She has said it clearly that we will end this fight.
シロはセイバーにはどうしたって付き合ってもらうけどマスターじゃないあなたには無理強いできない。
Well, I can do some sword bullshit, so.
あの金ピカシロを目の敵にしてるみたいだし戦うのなら真っ先に狙われると思うけど
I love that she calls him Goldie for no reason. Like, I know there's a reason, but like, why? Maybe she's being considerate. She's even given me a reason to back out. But I have my answer already. I can't leave Gilgamesh alone. Also, I have a hunch that the Holy Grail he's trying to use is not something that should exist. But there's another reason why I can't back out. Yeah, a hunch. After all the goo, you will defeat him. He left behind those words and chose to keep me alive instead of himself. Yeah, I know. Gilgamesh told you that that shit is evil. Like, there is a... The hunch is that he told you that it's bad. The same man who's existed to deny Shiro Emiya. Now that I have made him admit defeat, there's only one path left for you to take.
奴を倒す。自分で戦うと決めたんだ。最後までそれを守らなくちゃ。あいつになんて文句を言われるかわからないだろう。
そうあなたがそう決めたのなら止めないわよ。
ああ、頼む。それに聖杯は放っておけない。聖杯が奴の言う通りのものだとしたらそんなものは壊した。
Yeah, that shit's fucked up.
今度こそ完全にこんなことを二度と繰り返さないようにだ。
Saber has been fighting for the sole purpose of gaining the Holy Grail. That hesitation and regret are not something that can be easily erased. Even then,
承知しています。聖杯がギルガメッシュの言う通りのものならばそれはこの世にあってはならない
yeah,
も
it
のです
turns out it's not just free wishes. It's wishes you get after shoving souls in there, which is bad. You gotta shove living souls into the Grail to make a wish. Or it'll just spew out kill goo. I don't know. It seems to be able to do both. She agrees to our plan by sacrificing her own wish. I stand up from the floor and start walking towards the kitchen. I reach for my equipment in the kitchen. I put on my apron and roll up my sleeves, getting ready for a different kind of battle. That's kind of cute.
シロ何かいいアイデアでも思いついたの？
ね、あ、いや、飯作ろうと思って。二人とも。
Girls gotta eat. Ignoring the dumbfounded two, I start making preparations for dinner.
話は決まったんだ。なら、あとはいつも通りにしよう。三人で夕食をとって、その後で奴を倒しに行けばいい。
I take out the bowl and frying pan. I will use up everything I have in the fridge. There's no need to hold back. We're going to have a feast. Yummy.
ええ、そうですね。いつも通り夕食を迎えましょう。私たちにはその方が合っている。
そうね。じゃあ私も手伝おうかな。セイバーはお風呂沸かしてきて。
The heavy atmosphere we had just moments ago is gone. The living room feels brighter and livelier. A night with the three of us together that will never come again. But in order to make it feel like any other day, we do our best to make sure we can enjoy our dinner in the most lively way possible. Delightful. And, after we finish and clean up our Western and Japanese mixed-style dinner, we resume our strategizing session. Oh, now you don't want to spend hours describing the food. Okay.
では、リンは竜道寺に聖杯があると。
ええ、 前から今回の恒例場所は竜道寺だ
on
と見ら
account
れ
of
て
the
たのよ。
ley lines.
キャスター対策で監視役の使い魔を放ってたんだけど、それもついさっき潰れたし、あの金ピカ竜道寺に陣取ってると見て間違いないわ。
Assassin's not there anymore, right? Because Caster died, and she summoned him.
竜道
So
寺
I
で
guess
すか。
Assassin just disappeared.
厄介ですね。あの山には山門からでしか侵入できない。当然ギルガメッシュも山門で待ち構えているでしょう。
そうね。
Assassin might be the
けど
most
逆に言えば
worthless
位
guy
置
ever.
が特定できて助かるわ。
Like, what does he even do image is probably the most correct I've ever been about anything.
あいつも厄介だけ
Genuinely,
ど、
what does he
聖
even
杯の
do?
召喚を止める方が先決だもの。
If I have one major criticism about this visual novel, it's probably the class system itself. Because, like, on one hand, yeah, sure, it's pretty cool. On the other hand, it does feel like Nasu came up with the class system first, realized that means he would have to write 14 distinct guys, right? A servant and a master for each, and has spent this entire visual novel coming up with ways to not have to do that. Because that's a lot of guys. But then also he makes up Gilgamesh an extra guy, so I don't fucking know what the plan was.
セイバーにはあいつの足止めをしてもらって、その隙に私たちで聖杯を
Like, this has
壊す
kind of been my consistent
っていうのが
criticism of
理想で
a
しょうね。
lot of Type Moon writing, where it's like
聖杯を壊
it's
して
trying so
それは
hard to
セ
be
イバー
like
じゃ
a
ないとできないんじゃないの
cool
か。
RPG type
俺た
thing
ちじゃ聖
that
杯
it
には
gets
触れ
caught
ないん
up
だ
in that and to its own detriment a little bit.
そうね。私たちに呼び出された聖杯を壊すことはできない。けど
I think this is
その
kind of
前
the
に
worst
聖
at
杯
it
の
because
器を
like
壊すことはできる。
on one hand, being able to pull up everybody's D&D stat sheets is funny. On the other hand, it kind of makes me roll my eyes.
正確には
Like, I
聖
kind
杯
of,
が発動する前
I
に停止させ
personally
る
kind
っ
of
てこと
dislike
だ
it when I'm reading a piece of fiction and like somebody in the story goes, this person has an A+ attack stat, and I'm like, well, they're just a guy. Like, I hate when people talk about like characters. Like, I hate when characters in a story talk about each other like they're RPG characters. And so that's kind of a thing that bugs me. Like, I think the whole class system premise is kind of flawed.
聖杯を停止させる
Like,
って
I know
どう
it's so
いう意味だ
baked into Fate stuff now that it might seem blasphemous for me to criticize it. But it's like,
あんまり考え
I
た
don't
くないん
know.
だけど、
Was it really necessary?
今までの話を総合すると、
Just say you summon
聖杯は
7
イリア
guys
スフィー
who
ルの
do
心臓でしょ。
special things.
けど聖杯っていうのはイリアスフィールの体、魔術回路とセットだと思う。あいつはイリアスフィールが聖杯になることを嫌がって、核となる機関だけを引き抜いた。
Yeah, he wants it to become the evil goo. He doesn't want the grail itself to grant a wish. He just wants the evil goo.
とするとね、聖杯として機能させるためには、もう一度魔術師の体に埋め込まないといけない。残ったマスターは私とあと一人だけ。
Yeah, I mean, that in itself is a problem because you're right. They don't bring up the stats much. They've only done it a couple times. But then I'm just like, well, why have them at all? You know.
私がここにいる以上、あいつが聖杯基盤
That's
に
what
選
I'm
ぶ
saying
のは
with me thinking it's kind of a flawed foundation. I'm like, why even have the class system and all the stat sheets and stuff at all? Like, I understand it's because the writer is a nerd who likes that stuff, but like, it kind of just doesn't really serve a narrative purpose.
神事ってことか。けど神事にはその
魔術回路がないって言うんでしょ。
Like, sometimes a class
So
being
then
good
come
at
on,
certain things and bad at other things is important in a fight. But, like, you could say that about just, like, any individual guy. All individual guys are good at some things and bad at other things. It's like, instead of saying, oh, this guy's an archer class, so he's good at long-range attacks and not so good at close range, which has not been demonstrated once in this visual novel, despite having 2 archers in it. You could just say, this guy primarily uses a bow, as he did in mythology. Therefore, he is good at long range and not as good at close range. Like, you don't need the whole class system to do that, is my point. Like, I think it's just a flawed foundation that doesn't... it just doesn't really... I don't think it really adds anything worthwhile. Other than making your story more like a video game, which I kind of don't like. I don't... Like, I've talked about how I hate isekai, where, like, they pull up their in-game menu in the anime, right? The isekai anime where they're, like, in an MMO and you can see them, like, pulling up their menu where it's, like, a hologram. I hate that kind of shit. And there's not that much... And there's not much that's different between that and the class system in this to me. Where it's like Saber literally does it, where she's like, here, Shiro, I'm gonna touch your forehead and you can see my stat sheet. Like, I don't like that stuff. Like, I don't think in a narrative piece of literature, people should be talking about characters should be talking about each other like they're video game characters. Like, I don't like that. I think it's kind of stupid. Like, I am fine with characters having, like, cool named attacks. Like, Noble Phantasms are awesome. But, like, to me, that's all they should need. It shouldn't be an extension of the class system. It's just, you should just be able to say, like, oh yeah, each servant has certain strengths and weaknesses as is represented of the mythological hero they were in life. And they could all do one cool, really big attack. Like, that's all you really need, in my opinion. Which I guess is kind of why I might come out of this liking Tsukihime more than Fate, because that's what Tsukihime does. Like, they don't have, like, stat sheets. They're just like, I am a freak who has certain powers, and also here's my reality mark. In that case, what we need to do first is to separate Shinji from the Grail. I don't understand what it means to become the foundation for the Grail, but we must stop it if we can still make it. Bad news about that. Yeah, exactly, Pygrade. Like, you can just say, these characters can do certain things that represent what they did as the hero they were in life, right? You don't need the stat sheets, you don't need the class system. You can just say, yeah, these guys all have certain skills, certain, like, magical things they can do that are representative of feats they achieved in life, right? Like, it doesn't have to be exactly the same as what they did in life. It's just representative, right? Lancer, right, in his life as Cuchulainn, was famous for, like, being able to survive mortal blows and continue on. So when he becomes a more, right, because these heroic spirits, these guardians are representative. In a way, they aren't literally the person they were in life. They're like an abstract form, right? They are quite literally elevated and mythologized above who they were in life because they were so great. So they just have, like, magic powers that have become basically like shonen magic powers, and attacks with cool names that they shout when they do them, that are representative of things they did in life. So, like, Lancer, he can survive a lot because in real life, it was a legend that he survived mortal blows and kept on kicking, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly, in abstract. That's what I'm getting at. Like, you don't... I don't know. I just don't like all this stat sheet video gamey stuff. I don't want that in, like... I don't want that in prose. I think it's really cringe when it's in prose. In video games, it's fine. Because, like, that's an abstracted thing. Nobody... Like, you don't play Final Fantasy VII, and Cloud is like, ah, yes, Tifa. Your materia gives you a +2 magic defense. Like, nobody in the video game world itself thinks like that. It's just an abstraction of character skills in the video game. So it just feels like it gets in the way of real storytelling in prose, especially. I mean, yeah, there's the tutorial guys in Final Fantasy VII, but that's like a joke, right? I'm not talking about that sort of, like, the tutorial stuff is like fourth wall breaking jokes. But you get what I'm saying. You get my point. Like, Cloud doesn't put a materia on his Buster Sword and literally see, like, his magic attack go up. It's just the materia grants him magical powers. And I feel like that's how they should treat it in this. I don't want to look at stat sheets. Like, you're right that they don't, like, mention the literal stat sheets and characters' stats too much, but I feel like the whole class system is baked into the narrative in such a way that kind of annoys me. And if it doesn't come up too much, I'm also just like, well, why did you have it in the first place, right? Then it just feels vestigial. And, like, it gets in the way in that way. Because you do still bring it up sometimes. I guess what I'm getting at is, like, I'm kind of bothered by, like, you made up this whole system, clearly realized, like, 14 guys was too much, and then went, well, how do I break the rules that I've just made up? Like, we never get to see an example of, like, a real Archer class guy. And I'm like, well, why then even have the classes? Like, if they hadn't set up all the class stuff, I mean, I guess they also needed a way to obscure everybody's names. Right? That's another motivation behind the classes, is they want to surprise you with which person is, like, which mythological hero. Like, there's a little bit of a... I do like that. There's, like, a fun aspect of trying to figure out who is who. Right? And I feel like that's part of the intent. They want the reader to have fun figuring out, oh, what mythological figure could this be? And then Archer kind of subverts that by actually being a guy from the future. But at the same time, it's also just like, well, if you're gonna have this whole class system, I should probably be able to see what, like, a normal guy of that class should look like before you go, well, this guy is weird and subverting it. I'm like, well, I never knew what a normal guy of that class looked like in the first place. So it's not really, like, impressive to me that Archer is a guy who uses swords instead of archery. I just think it's silly. Why? She's all hopped up on Rinju's. I still don't understand why they don't think Saber could be Gilgamesh right now. Like, she should be way stronger than she ever was in Fate Root. Yeah, but that's like they only say stuff, right? We're getting into, like, telling and not showing. I never see what a normal assassin or a normal archer like. They just go, well, he shouldn't be like that. I'm like, well, I don't know what the default is. I do think it's really cute whenever Saber gets huffy over, like, maybe an even implied insult towards her skill. I think that's really adorable. Like, she still takes her skills as a knight very seriously. She's like, well, I didn't get to be king for nothing, buddy. What does that even mean? I feel like his Noble Phantasm, not Gates of Babylon, but the other one that makes the big tornado. I don't remember its name. I feel like that's the one we're referring to. Saber won't lose against that. Hey, yeah, that's it. It's 2 fucking letters. How did I forget?
いつはそういう類の英霊だ。対抗するには同じ戦争じゃないと飲み込まれる。
つま
Sounds
り
a little silly.
シローは私と彼とでは相性が悪いと言って
Once
いる
again,
のです
she did manage to beat him in Fate Route, so I'm not really sure what we're getting at here. This just kind of feels like a contrivance to get Shiro to face up against
何
him.
の策もなしでセイバーとあいつは戦わせられない。せめて突破口ぐらい
Like, I've already seen her beat his ass. And she's even stronger here, so I really feel like you're just making up shit.
そんなこと言われなくても分かってるわよ。
Yeah, like, I know she needed the sheath in Fate Route, but like you said, she's way stronger here. Thanks to sucking up Rin's juice.
だから今からそれを考えようって言ってるんじゃない。
ではリンには策があるのですね。
そう都合よく思いつくはずないでしょ。シローの言った通り、あいつの宝具は戦争だもの。戦争っていうのは戦力をどれだけ整えたかで勝敗が決まるものでしょ。いかに上手に兵器を扱えるかじゃなくて、どれだけ相手と同じ
I guess one
戦
other
力
thing that bugs me about this sort of thing in prose, and I will say not every fight is like this. Like, I really liked that fight between Shiro and Archer because it was just like a knockdown, dirty little brawl, right? They were both fucked up and basically just trying to beat the shit out of each other. But I don't like how all the RPG stuff and the class system ends up making writing like turning into like a turn-based JRPG. That's one thing I hate most of all about that like isekai light novel type thing, where it's like where sometimes fights between servants just turn into, well, the fucking card I'm playing can beat the card you're playing, right? Like it turns into a JRPG or just like a card game. My special skill is A+, and yours is A-, so I win.
いきなり黙り込んだ。
そっか。だから目の
Like, I
敵にし
don't
てた
want
ん
you
だ。
video in general, I just don't like video
自分の
gamey
宝具
stuff.
を持たない
right?
英霊なら原点になる武器さえ存在しない。
And it's been really fascinating learning that modern like light novel phenomenon probably comes from Fate. Like Fate probably popularized that shit. And everybody would do it way worse. Like I will say, it's way less annoying in this than it is in so many trashy light novels.
なんでもな
Looking
い。
at your butt.
ちょっと考え事するから二人で勝手に会議して
She
て。
just wanted to look at Saber's butt. Saber and I look at each other. Well, if Tosaka has an idea that it's better we leave her alone.
では
Look, she's doing it right now. She's
アーチャー
looking
と
at
の
your butt,
窮地は
Saber.
避けた方がいいということですね。ですが私とでリンのバックアップがある。彼女からの供給があれば封印していた
Yeah,
私
just
の
don't let
方に
Gilgamesh
問
kill her,
題
I
なく
guess.
使用できます。それならば彼が
Yeah, that's
宝
what
具
I
を使用
thought.
する
You
前
can
に
just
倒
throw
せる可能性もあ
Excalibur
るん
at,
です
at Gilgamesh as many times as it takes for him to fold.
セイバーの宝具。
Look, she's blushing now.
風王結界じゃなくて。
はい。風王結界はさやに
She's
すぎません
really just looking at Saber's ass.
リンの許しがあれば私は自らの聖剣を使用できます。前回聖杯を破壊したのもその件です。
Yeah, I bet Rin wants you to unleash your secrets.
そうか。じゃあそのあたりは遠坂次第ってことか。
そうですね。聖剣を使用すれば私だけでなくリンにも大きな負担がかかります。リンの魔力の大半を奪うことになるでしょう。
だってさ、遠坂。お前の魔力量、どのくらい余裕があるんだ？
魔力量ってなんで私の考えてることわかるのよあんた。
Well, it kind of just seems to be the natural flow of the conversation. How much juice do you got in you to let Saber use Excalibur?
なんでもない。私のことは放っておけって言ったでしょ。
Uh-huh.
セイバーの宝具のことならちゃんとわかってるわ。言っとくけど 私とセイバーじゃ撃てて2回よ。
Oh.
1回は聖杯に使うんだから、ギルガメッシュとの戦いに使うって言うなら1回だけだからね。
I seriously thought you had more juice in you than that, Rin.
セイバー、遠坂はそう言ってるけど、どうだ？
わかりません。アーチャーがあらゆる宝具を持つというのなら、私の宝具と拮抗するものも所有しているでしょう。そうなれば、あとはどちらの宝具が優れているかという戦いになる。
そうか。
Can't you just pull the sheath out of Shiro? Like, I feel like he doesn't need it that badly right now. Just give it to her. If it ends up like that, Gilgamesh will have the upper hand. I won't let Saber walk into a reckless fight like that, but... Damn it, I can't put my thoughts together. By the way, what exactly is Tosaka doing? She's been acting weird. I say that because she's been looking in my direction, then quickly looking away.
はい、遠坂。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。アイデアあるんだろ？
I need to mana transfer with Saber right now. It's the only way. It's the only way!
ないわよ。こんなところで言えるわけないでしょ、バカ。
Oh. Baka. I don't understand what made her say something like that, then quickly look away as if something weird is on my face.
シロ、
いや、なんでもない。
She's just
なんで
weird.
ほっといて話を進めよう。
And so, we're continuing our strategy meeting with just the two of us. But without Tosaka, the brain of our operation, we can't really think of an effective strategy to overcome our predicament.
ないんならさっきの案でいいでしょ。
Oh
結
yeah?
婚は夜明け前だから、それまで各自自分の部屋で十分に休みを取って。
You're clearly flustered about something, Rin. Tosaka has unilaterally decided the direction for us. Is there something you want to tell the class? Time is passing by. The hands on the clock are about to signal a new day. Tosaka told me to at least take a nap, but I'm not really in any condition to fall asleep. In a few hours, we'll have to face that servant. If we move right before dawn, that means everything will be over by the time the sun rises. There's no way I can stay still in a time like this. I should. Well, this is the Rin route. I guess we should go talk to Tosaka. I want to find out what she was all blushy about.
こんな状況で眠ってられるか。
A strategy against Gilgamesh. If we are to face a cold-hearted enemy like that, we will end up with nothing but regret if we don't try to find an opportunity. If we go to Ryudo Temple now, I'm sure someone is going to die. Rather than end up with a regret like that, it's not a shame to try to do anything, to struggle until the very last moment.
遠坂、起きてるか？
I knock on her door.
ちょっと待った。絶対入るな。
Knowing Tosaka, I thought she would be sleeping by now. It seems like she's still awake. Not only that, she's panicking. What? So you come... Oh, okay. I thought that was him, like, coming in anyways. I can hear her running around the room for something. Seems she's finally calming down. After a loud, deep breath that I can hear through the wall, she opens the door. Good night, Gotetsu. Thank you for watching.
で、何よ。
She glares at me as soon as we see each other.
いや、何って話の続きだよ。ギルガメッシュへの対抗策をもう少し考えたいんだ。
Huh. Why are you staring me down like that?
遠坂、もしかして今すごく不機嫌か？
I already know what she's going to say, but it doesn't hurt to ask. What do you think? She'd obviously yell at me, but I really am curious, so I end up asking her anyways. However,
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。
well, now she's making me even more
遠
confused.
坂、お前熱でもあるのか？
ないわよ。もういいから入ったら。ギルガメッシュをどうこうするかってことなら、こっちから行こうと思ってたんだから。
See, this is good then. It makes sense. Tosaka drags me inside the room and locks the door. Then she slowly moves back into the room. Anyway, I start to move toward the center of the room. Facing toward Tosaka, I sit down across from her. Silence. She said she had something she wanted to talk to me about, yet she's not saying a word right now.
父さんがギルガメッシュのことなんだが。
分かってるわよ。セイバーと戦わせたくないって言うんでしょ。セイバーには優しいのよね。
Everybody loves Saber.
エミヤ
We all must protect Saber.
そういう話じゃないだろう。単にセイバーじゃあいつとは相性が悪いから配置換えをするべきだって話だ。足止め役のセイバーが倒されたら次に狙われるのは遠坂なんだから。
Don't talk about her like she's not here. She's the only other person in the room.
じゃあ配置換えって言うけどどうするつもりよ。私はパスよ。
I appreciate her going, I'm not fighting that guy. He'd kill me instantly.
あの金ピカ、金に焼かせて大魔術の武装をまとってるし。私じゃセイバー以上に相性が悪いわ。それはあなただって同じでしょ。
She's right. But I just can't forget those eyes. What Archer's gaze was trying to tell me. That golden servant. Only Shiro Emiya can go up against Gilgamesh. Again, not strictly true. We've seen the other route, buddy.
あいつの相手は俺が。
あなたがするって言うんでしょ。なんだ、やっぱり気づいてたんだ。ギルガメッシュの宝具の天敵はアーチャーの魔術。
Just give her the sheath, man. I know you got that shit inside you. My jaw dropped.
えって。シロ。
I like that she was making that face to make fun of him.
そんなふざけたこと口走ったわけ？
いや、それは確証がなかっただけで、俺たちの中なら一番
I was just making a guess.
誰に入れ知恵されたか知らないけど、それは間違いじゃないわ。ギルガメッシュを最強たらしめているのは宝具の数でしょ。けど逆を言えば同じ数の宝具さえ持っていれば力はきっと。
You just have to be very, very good at making them so they don't shatter on impact.
同じ数の宝具。
Basically, I just need to copy every single one of his weapons as soon as he unleashes them.
そうよ。あいつはあなたたちのことを偽物だって言ってたけど、それは敵として脅威を感じたからでしょうね。あいつは英霊エミヤに対して
Yeah, it sounds so easy when you put it that way. That's true, but
そうかもしれない。けど無理がある。アーチャーの剣を一本投影するだけでボロが出るんだぞ。あんな次から次に宝具を出されたら投影も間に合わないし魔力も持たない。
あなたの魔術が今までと同じならね。けどアーチャーの宝具が何だったか覚えてるでしょ。あの魔術、固有結界さえ使いこなせるようになればギルガメッシュに対抗できる。
Kosaka stares at me with high expectations. Unfortunately, I can't answer her expectations.
無茶だ。固有結界ってのは禁呪中の禁呪じゃないか。やり方がわから
Well,
ないし。
okay, if vampires can do it just fine, so maybe you're just being a bitch.
俺の数倍だぞ。
ええ、無理なのは分かってる。けどやり方ならあなたはもう知ってるはずよ。だってあなたの魔術は結局みんなそれなんだもの。
I
今日
see.
必要な魔力さえあれば驚くぐらい簡単に歯車が噛み合うと思う。
It's a good thing we're making up some bullshit so Shiro can easily learn the powers he needs out of
俺
it.
には結界を張る魔力も維持する魔力もないんだ。
This feels very contrived to me. I'm sorry if I'm being a bummer. This part
あいつ
feels
は長い
really
年月をかけ
contrived.
て魔術回路を鍛えていったんだろうけど。
I'm just gonna suck in all of Archer's knowledge, I guess. I mean, sure.
分かってる。でもギルガメッシュも言ってたでしょ。自分で補えないならよそから持ってくるのが魔術師だって。
だから俺にはそんなよそから魔力をもらってくるなんて器用な真似はできな
I
い
mean,
んだ。
you're connected. I mean, it's not like it not makes
宝石に魔
sense.
力を貯めているわけでもないし、
not like it not makes sense, but it does feel like it's leading up to that exact same thing I said I was afraid of, where it's like Shiro doesn't have to actually learn to contend with being somebody who isn't ultra powerful like a servant, and just has to learn how to be a hero in his own way. It really is just feeling like it's going to turn into, oh, I can just pull a million swords out of my ass and win. Which was, I was like, I literally said I didn't want that to happen, but that seems to be what's happening. Of course, I don't think she'll agree to that, saying that I don't have any training in Magecraft to be able to utilize those gems.
それで済むならとっくに渡してるわ。けど、私の宝石は私にしか
Like,
変換
are
でき
you
な
a
いから
hero of justice because you're a good person and have a desire to help others any way you can, even though not being physically strong? Or are you a hero of justice because you can make a million swords? Like, you can only do one, I feel.
アプローチとしてはそれしかない。
Like, being able to do both just feels like having your cake and eating it too. But I don't know, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe the payoff will be, I'm okay with this, actually. Maybe it'll find a way to thread that needle.
いろいろと手順があって、現状でできることといったら、もうそれぐらいしかないわけだし。
なあ、父さん、どんな考えかぐらい教えてくれないか。これじゃあ相談にもならない。
そんなことシロに言えるわけないじゃない。
She's thinking she wants to fuck. It seems she's thinking about something that's hard to tell me.
なんでもないの。
Mana transfer, do
方
it.
法はいくつか考えられるんだけど、その中で可能性の低いものを取捨選択していくだ
I
け
know
で。
you're thinking about that fucking mana transfer, girl. This was your
そうなの
idea in the other route.
それでいい考えがあるのか。
This is her plan every time.
率直
Convenient
に言う
reason
と
to have sex.
私とあなたの問題。魔力の蓄えのある魔術師同士を
I fucking knew it.
やりくりする方法
I fucking knew it.
俺と遠坂の間にパスを通して魔力の融通をする。
そう。シローに固有結界を使うための魔力量が足りなくても、私にはある。
I fucking knew it was gonna be
あなたには
this.
私の魔力を使ってギルガメシュと戦ってもらう。その間に私とセイバーが聖杯を破壊する。こっちにはセイバーがいるんだから、私の魔力が多少減っても戦力は拮抗するわ。
If I can use my reality marble to hold Gilgamesh back without any other servants and masters, the Holy Grail is left wide open. Tosaka being a mage and having Saber by her side, our chance of success is high enough.
しかしだな、その前の段階が難しいというか、俺はパスの通し方なんてわからない。
そんなの承知の上でよ。その方法を考えるのが私の役目なんだし。
I already know you know. Look, it's panning over to her bed right now. Tosaka is thinking of something. But she doesn't look optimistic about it.
パスの通し方だけど、即効性があって魔力の融通が可能となると、方法は数えるほどしかない。
Just say it, girly.
一番有効なのは魔術回路をお互いに移植すること。
Transplant our magic circuits into each other. Magic circuits are secondary pseudo-nerves that can be said to define a mage. Using Odd to exert influence on mana, the core mechanism of a mage. It's a living inheritance to make sure one's bloodline can have the foundation necessary to realize their family's great work when they've reached the pinnacle. You can say it's like one's blood and bone that strengthen as time goes on.
魔術回路って俺たちの中にあるあれか？
そう。魔術師の本質をお互いに移植すれば、これほど確実なパスはないわ。相手の回路の一部が自分のものになれば、そこへ魔力を伝えることは造作もない。
Her explanation is short and simple, yet contains a sense of guilt. Of course it would. I can't even begin to imagine the consequences of doing something as crazy as transplanting your magic circuits into someone else. For a person to offer their own magic circuits to be transplanted, it also means they're giving up their integrity as a mage. That makes this easier.
よし、俺の魔術回路を移植しよう。
No, Shiro, other way around.
なんだよ、父さん。
Come on, dude.
気持ちは嬉しいけど却下。だって意味ないもの、それ。
Let's think this through even one step, man. Right in my face. She just ends up throwing my resolve right back in my face.
なんで？
いい？そもそも魔力を融通するのはシローの固有結界を使うためでしょ。なのにシローの魔術回路を減ら
He's
してど
so
うするの
dumb.
よ。
He really is so stupid.
私の魔力とシローの全魔術回路を使って初めてあの固有結界は実現できるんだから。
I see. I'm the one who will use the reality marble. I will only barely be able to create a fantasy big enough to corrode the world itself when I fully exert my magic circuits. If I were to transplant some of my magic circuits into Tosaka to create a path, then I wouldn't have enough circuits to perform my magecraft, which would defeat the purpose.
わかった？手間暇かけて戦力ダウンしているようなものよ、シロ。
Yeah, your magic circuits suck.
すまない。そこまで考えが及ばなかった。
いいわ、そんなに謝らなくても。今の返答、それなりに予想してたし。ま、即答だったのは予想外だったけど。
I knew you were stupid. I didn't think you were that stupid.
じゃあ、遠坂の魔術回路を俺に？
But that also means...
確かにシローの回路を私に移植するより逆の方が戦力は確保できる。でも移植の儀式をするのは私。魔術回路を使いながらその回路自体を
That would be
減らしていくだなん
difficult.
ていうの
It's
は
true.
術そのものの安定が確保できない。スカイマの契約ほど形式化していれば安全性が確保できるけど、魔術師同士のパスのためなんてのはあんまり例がないことだし。
共倒れになるかもしれないってことか。
そう。あなたの魔術回路を私がもらうのは論外。私の魔術回路をあなたにあげるのは惜しい不正解ってところね。だからあなたに私の魔術刻印を移植する。
We're gonna make you a weird living servant. Magic Crest. It records the secrets and hidden arts of a mage's family. It's their history. That's true. He did somehow read about Zoroastrianism. I don't fucking know how he can study Zoroastrianism but not like read any mage books. I guess Kiritsugu probably doesn't have any of those and they're hard to get a hold of. If magic circuits are the blood and bones of a mage, then one could say that the crest is their muscle. A magic crest is magecraft taking form. Through the life work of the mage leading the family in that generation, what was supposed to be formless is then given form. It is the proof of a mage's existence. Tosaka, having inherited her family's crest, she gets to enact the magecraft that this generation's family had created.
いや、それは
分け与えるということなら魔術刻印の方が何倍も楽よ。まあ魔術回路ほど私そのものでもないけど、遠坂の家系でできているものだし、パスとして使う分には十分よ。
それは本当に？
本当だってば。刻印化している魔術はまあ使い物にならなくなるけど、受信装置としての役割ぐらいになら作り変えられるわよ。
You're gonna be juiced the fuck up, Shiro.
ああ、それとも成功率の話？一族じゃない人間に魔術刻印を移植できるかってこと？
ああ、それも一応気になるけど。
大丈夫、任せなさい。きっかり白をバックアップしてセイバーと3人で勝ち残って聖杯を手に入れるから。
Well, she's feeling confident, so that's good.
え、もう決めたことだもの。ここ一番の失敗も今回ばかりはねじ伏せてやるわ。
She asserts confidently with a bright smile. There is nothing else that needs to be said. Removing her magic's crest. Sorry, I almost said circuits. That's the same as delaying her family's ultimate wish with their own hands. I've seen that so many times. The fact that she could overcome that truth with a simple smile and with such determination is her strength, and I've seen it so many times.
何よ、急に物分かりいい顔して。私の顔なんか変？
ああ、そうだな。初めて教会に行った時と同じだ。なんていうか、遠坂のいいところって分かりづらいよ。
Shiro! Is there any better way you could have put this?
失礼な言い草ね。それで思い出したけど、あの時私って変な顔してたの？
He has such a way with words. The fated night when I summoned Saber, Tosaka looked seriously worried about me, someone who's just her enemy, when I got sick at the church. I'll never forget how much that expression saved me. I can't say too much about others, but Tosaka was a really nice person. Probably nicer than anyone I've ever met.
まあ変な顔だった。俺あの時はまだ遠坂のことを優等生だって思ってたし、あんな顔するなんて。
That is true, even Archer said something like that. Truly proving that they're the same guy.
どうせ猫かぶりで冷酷な女ですよ。わかりづらくて悪かったわね。
Yes, but I have been saved by her. She's kind, yet realistic, and has that heart of steel who's willing to discard her weakness at a moment's notice. She hides her hesitation and troubles in her heart, and always shows the elegant side of her to everyone, treading forward on her own path with grace.
ね、それはいいけど、なんでジロジロこっち見るのよ、あんた。
Girl, pretty.
ああ、そっか。ちょい見とれてたみたい。今更だけど
This
さ。
is the most casual
そういう
confession
遠坂だか
ever.
ら俺は好きになったんだなって。
Then I can't lose. She's willing to transplant her magical crest to me without hesitation and regret. Then I must repay her kindness with my own trust.
好きって今はそういう話をしてる場合じゃないけど、聞いてあげるぐらいなら構わないというか。
Tosaka is readying herself. I'm glad. It seems she's prepared and has noticed my resolve. Okay.
わかってる。
It's not a fight,
時間も
man.
ないし、無駄話をしている暇はないよな。さ、早く移植を始めよう。具体的にはどうすればいいんだ、遠坂。
We're just moving past that. Her mouth is wide open. Such a way with words, this guy. That's weird. Did I just say something funny? She's vibrating.
なんだよ。なんか都合の悪いことでも思い出しちまったか。
For example, some kind of jinx that prevents us from performing the ritual at a certain time of day.
別にちょっと頭痛がするだけ。
And that headache's named Shiro Emiya.
慣れたつもりだったけど、エミヤ君の巡りの悪さは甘く
He
見てるか
truly is the worst.
ほんと、今に始まったことじゃないからいいけどね。言葉自体はまあ悪くなかったからよしにしといてあげるわ。
Question marks times 3? She swings her body and turns away from me, and then she starts to take various items out of her bag.
はい、とりあえずこれ飲んで。痛み止めみたいなものだから。
I put the lozenge in my mouth. Is this the same rock she made you eat in the Fate Route? Tosaka turns off the light in the room and starts to draw some kind of pattern on the floor. About 5 minutes have passed. After the preparation is complete, Tosaka sits down on the bed.
それで遠坂、俺はどうすればいいんだ。
It doesn't seem like she didn't hear my question, but Tosaka is having this strange, troubled look on her face.
なんだよ。言いにくいことなのか。覚悟はできてるからな。大抵の無茶なら驚かないぞ。
This is what I meant by trust. Tosaka nods her head.
じゃあ言いにくいんだけど、とりあえず服を脱ぎなさい。
Shiro, unfortunately, your weird way with words have made me totally wet. With nervousness in her tone, she issued me a command I'm not used to. Let's assess the situation. Wait a minute, let's think about this. The lights are off. Tosaka is sitting on the bed with her head down, clearly nervous. Why am I only realizing this now? Tosaka's soft-looking body and her supple legs dangling above the floor are all making her look very seductive. And she's asking me to take off my clothes.
そこ変な誤解しない。単に服を脱げって言っただけでしょ。
Nothing gross about that.
私だって脱ぐんだから公平だし。
Okay? I took my weird fantasy back after she yelled at me.
遠坂も脱ぐ。
This happened to my buddy Issei? True. I don't know how else to interpret what she said other than taking it as exactly what it is.
だから境界しない。服を脱ぐのは体温を伝えやすくするためで、
Sure.
それ以上
Whatever
の意
you
味は
say,
ないんだか
girly.
ら。いい？魔術刻印の移植には高度な共感状態にならないといけないのよ。そのためにも余分なものはできるだけ剥ぎ取っておかないとダメでしょ。
ああ、なるほど。
Of course. I'm not sure what transplanting a magic crest actually looks like, but from the sound of it, it could be similar to a medical transplant. I guess you wouldn't operate on a patient when they're fully clothed.
ちゃんと説明してくれればいいのに。
Whatever it takes, man,
上だけ
to
で
get
いい
this
ん
to
だよ
work
な。
for you.
当たり前でしょ。下まで脱いだらそこのヒーター投げつけるから。
It's scary thinking of what she might actually do. Taking off my top. I have had her take care of my injuries a few times already, but it still feels a little embarrassing. I can hear Tosaka taking a deep breath in the dark.
じゃあ次ね。シロ、ちょっとあっち向いてて。
そうか。遠坂も脱がなきゃいけないのか。
No answer. Taking her silence as affirmation, I quietly turn around. As I turn my back towards her, I take a deep breath to calm myself. I'm going to receive her magic crest and create a path between us. Which is definitely not a euphemism for anything. Her magical energy will pass through it and allow me to activate the reality marble in order to defeat that servant. This is simply a process in this long and dangerous fight. I should be able to suppress unnecessary thoughts by just reaffirming that fact to myself.
いいわよ、シロ。
My heart skips a beat. I turn around slowly to face Tosaka. He sounds disappointed. I let out a sound. It might seem rude, but I'm troubled by what I'm seeing. Yeah, one of her socks is gone.
遠坂。なんだ、その気合の入らない脱ぎ
You're
方。
so fucking slow, bitch. Tosaka has taken off some clothes, but from the way she removed them, I don't feel any resolve in her.
何よ。
Check out the
不安だ
games
っていう
on
の？
this dame.
不満というよりバランスが悪いというか。だいたいこっちは上着を全部取ってるのに、遠坂はそれだけだと比率が合わないし。
You don't know what the fuck you're
ど
talking
うも
about.
シンメトリーじゃないのは落ち着かない。
I don't think that's true.
わかった。両足とも脱げばいいのね。こやつ、思いもよらずマニアックな。
Well, I shouldn't press further on what we are talking about.
いいけど、儀式を行うのは遠坂だし、それで成功するっていうなら文句はない。
Whatever works,
そりゃ
man.
脱がない分難度は上がるけど。だって全部見せちゃうのもったいないというか。
What are you talking about, girl? Tosaka is murmuring to herself. Fortunately, it's taking everything in me to keep calm, so I don't have any energy left to argue with Tosaka.
じゃあシロ、もう一度後ろ向いてて。
She whispers to me, and I turn around immediately. This time, the sound of Tosaka's clothes rustling lasts a little longer than before. Once again, I remind myself that this is a serious ritual. Even if Tosaka is in her most exposed and defenseless form, my becoming frantic will ruin this whole thing. Do not get a boner.
今度はこれでどう？シロ。
Tosaka's voice trembles. I slowly look over Tosaka's body. Oh wait, that's cute underwear though. I can faintly see the soft outline of her body under the dim lamplight. Her shoulder, neck, and collarbone form the most beautiful silhouette. It is a really cute top.
どう？
I agree, it's
これ
adorable.
で満足？
I'm relieved that even when she looks so beautiful, she's still the same snappy Tosaka. I try to relax my expression as I feel that I may have unknowingly broken into a smile.
文句なし。逆にこっちがきつい。
I had a boner. I cover my face with my hands and take a very deep breath. If I don't at least hide my face, which is probably red as an apple right now, I'll lose my composure.
その顔を見れただけでアイコンにしとく。じゃあシロ、こっち来て。
Tosaka makes a gesture, beckoning me to join her at the bed. We sit facing each other on the bed. The bed bounces, reacting to our weight. Things that were definitely not Nakey in another version of this VN. I'm getting the feeling this is a little more cut off than it would be in another version of this visual novel. Without saying a word, we both take in a deep breath. Tosaka is going to start the Magic Crest transplant ritual. I force myself to calm down before this intimate encounter. My consciousness is getting clearer as I focus on my mind. Oh, it's totally new? Really? The whole ritual? Did they just fuck normally in the original version? Oh yeah, they are just showing Shiro's face, right? They didn't do that so much in all the original version CGs, which is really weird, right? Tsukihime was kind of like that too, where they never really showed Shiki's face, even though like neither Shiki or Shiro are self-inserts in any way. Like, even in their most original versions, they never really felt like they're meant to be self-inserting, so it's funny they never show their face. Like, was there even this whole facade about a ritual in the original version, or was Rin just like, Shiro, I like you, let's fuck? She reaches out her left hand with the magic crest. As I began receiving magical energy, the pattern on the upper area of my exposed arm faintly starts to shine.
同調した後にシローの魔術回路に魔術刻印を移植する。魔術刻印は筆記他人の体。植え付けられるのは異物を盛り込まれることだから。
They do it to power up
体が
Shiro.
拒絶反応を示すかもしれないわ。
Yeah, I'm guessing in the original version it is basically just mana transfer again, right? Not this whole rigmarole about the magic crest. We're putting foreign objects inside of Shiro now? I didn't know you played that way, Rin.
わかった。そういう荒事には慣れてる。
Okay. That's okay, Rin. I'm shoving swords up my ass all the time. This is no different from how I was training to use my magic circuit. Oh, I see. The steel rods were a euphemism for taking the strap the whole time. I didn't realize. Activating a foreign nerve system while learning to control it. Not sure if it will be the same experience as with a magic crest.
そうね。体に無茶させるのは慣れてるんだっけ。
Maybe because this reminded her of my unusual training, but Tosaka lets out a small giggle. However,
それはそれとして変なことしたら殺すからね。
don't get a boner. She glares at me with narrowed eyes.
変なことって例えば。
She ignored me. I shortened the distance between us to the point that our shoulders are practically bumping together. It looks like I'm embracing Tosaka's left hand. I could feel Tosaka's breath on my neck. But then I realized she isn't just breathing.
清く将来。
I don't think she said all that.
刻印制御。第一、第16、停止。
It's just really funny. She says like 2 words in Japanese and a full sentence of German appears on the screen. Her breath trembles as she utters the incantation. I can sense that magical energy is filling her body through her left hand. Does anybody else feel bad when military people die? True. I can see what you mean. I have a funny story about that, Henchbuns, by the way. Back when I was co-op streaming Resident Evil 6 with Arzorian, I had the social media Henchbuns post that picture for when we did the Chris campaign, because legitimately, I didn't realize that art was of Final Fantasy XIV protagonist and Meteor. I thought it was Chris and Leon. Legitimately, I never looked that closely at the art, and I just thought it was Chris and Leon the whole time. I didn't realize it was Final Fantasy XIV. But like, I feel like you can, if you look at that titty fan art, that Bara fan art. You can see, like, Artwork really looks like Chris in that picture. I feel like I can be excused. Her delicate fingers are placed on my chest. Through them, I can feel her pulse together with my own heartbeat. She's not saying that. Ich bin den Regenbogen in neuem Selbst. Heizwetter, Regen, Wind, Schnee, Krieg und Unterbrochen. She's not saying that shit. That's Japanese. Should have had that voice. Did Rin's voice actor just go, I'm not reading that German shit. I don't know how, brother. I close my eyes to concentrate even further. My heartbeat is syncing with the pulse of her magical energy. She's adjusting her pulse to match mine, while I maintain a steady rhythm. They're calling it the euphemism of all time. I focus my mind and keep it in a serene state like I do during my own training. This is the only thing I can do, since I've never experienced synchronization and don't have a feel for it. She's not saying all that shit. Sieg im Freund, der auf ein Reis entfernt geht. My eyelids are closed as if they're being sewn shut. My sense of smell is weakening, and my sense of taste is fading. My body's senses are getting distorted. I can't tell clearly if I'm sitting down or if I'm standing up. In contrast, I can feel the warmth of Tosaka's skin intimately. My own heartbeat and Tosaka's pulse. I can't tell which is which anymore. We get it? It's sex. We're becoming one. Sex. A phantom pain. Oh! As if someone was having a hold over my heart. A phantom experience, as if I am gripping someone's heart. I move around with my fingers trying to identify this feeling I have in my palm. Shiro, that's my titty. My hearing still works. I heard a sound just now. Wait, my senses are mixed up. I can't tell if that was my body I touched or if that was Tosaka's voice I heard. They're calling it the euphemism of all time. The breaths that escape from her mouth are pain. Even while knowing that it isn't my own breath that I'm hearing, I can't help but listen to it. They're giving body dysmorphia to a cis man. A voice from inside of me just yelled at me. I try to ask what's happening and what's going to happen. That was as much as I could hear before I suddenly lost myself. It feels like my body has turned to paper and is rapidly being folded up. Slowly, the paper that is my body is being carefully tucked away. But since time has stopped for the surrounding world, from the outside it probably seems like all of this is happening at the speed of light. There's no limit to this repeated process of accumulation and contraction. Even though there is a limit to how many times you can fold up a two-dimensional surface, no matter how much area it has, my body keeps folding inward. My vision turns blue, while it was red before I was folded up. I'm floating. I'm falling, yet floating at the same time, and the world is passing me by at a rapid speed. I try to reach out my hand to familiarize myself in this world where acceleration and termination exist at the same time. I just realized that my arms were already folded away, so there's nothing for me to reach out with. Now that's an issue. I already severed things that I've deemed unnecessary to this place, but I didn't think I would lose my arms and legs. If this keeps on, then I will lose my sense of self. That's why the first thing I need to do is not to confirm the world, but to assume my own form. To hear, feel, think. I squeeze my hand. Although temporary, I have certainly achieved a sense of self. I am floating in a blue celestial sphere. There's no up or down, no sky or earth. He made his character in Final Fantasy XIV. Good job, Shiro. Now go experience a realm reborn. It's quiet. I'm not talking about sound, but my current finite state of serenity. Final Fantasy XIV fans seeing floating blue diamonds in a void. Time is flowing on the outside. Blue sea fills the outside. There's nothing within the celestial sphere. That means this celestial sphere is the sky to the blue sea. The egg of the world. Is the celestial sphere being covered in shells? Or is the celestial sphere flipped inside out? Does the void give birth to all? Or does the void seep out from all? The celestial sphere continues to rotate while inverted. Here, time is eternal. The formless gains form over the course of an eternity. Nothing shares the same form, and no lives differ from one another. It is a phenomenon that is common to all things. Common forms congregate and thus give form to different laws. It's not as powerful as the sex dragon, but this is pretty good. This is a very Buddhist metaphor for sex. You return to the repository of souls and get reborn as a bug or a lotus flower or whatever. Each rare occurrence also represents each great result. Beautiful, just like fish traversing the vast sea. Will dens not exist in this complete world? This world doesn't create persistence or preservation, no symbiosis or hostility. This place welcomes visitors. If a foreign object falls in here for them to exploit, they will, of course, respond to it. The tremendous flow of time is wavering. The collective of magic crests sense the foreign object's intention. But you must be careful. My senses are subverted. I'm seeing illusions. A hidden past, not of my own, passes me. It was an old memory. Someone else's memory. A memory of parting with someone in the morning. A memory of being placed in a mansion far away from Fuyuki once the battle had started. You must be careful. No matter what kind of response to whatever intention. Any process conducted by them can only be perceived by humans as divine as punishment. In a body that has no need for eyeballs and a brain, I'm getting dizzy. Information is passing by me. I'm seeing old memories. Parting with a certain someone in the morning. The memory of a person who watched their loved one leave, knowing she would never see his hands, would never hold his hands again. I'm getting a little mixed up, I apologize. Papa. Lines from the magic crests are swimming around me, surrounding me while looking for bait. There's nothing I can do. Well, there's nothing a bait can do to begin with. This won't result to anything unless I observe and accept everything like this. Change is ever so slow. Time surrounds me in a spiral, passing through my body. I'm a fish now. Magic fish. It starts to corrode me, like it has been devouring the void. Characters: 2. Season: winter. Name: farewell. Flowers are being offered. A young girl standing in front of the grave. A priest standing, towering behind the young girl. There are no words. This girl is determined to bury her own sadness yet again today. Foreign substances are invading. Spiraled blades are closing in on the body. It is like a malicious bulbul. The crest transplant has started. The priest is barely concealing his laughter, yeah. I observe the gruesome reality. Fortunately, my function to feel pain is still folded away. I see myself being cuffed, binded, severed, dismembered, compressed, and played with. Yet it feels like someone else. Oh, how easy it is to cut the flesh. Oh, how easy it is to shave the bone. The only thing left felt like a soul being eternally tormented. One of my arms turned into that of an insect's. Is that good? Or it seems like it. How disgusting. This is also her suffering. A type of pain that I've heard resides within the magic crest. I respect her. She harbors this kind of discomfort, or rather horror, that is several times more repulsive inside her body, yet she's able to laugh like that. She doesn't feel any disgust. When you think like that, what is there to be afraid of? Rin is a really tough gal. Suddenly, I've come into contact with a particular deep spot. This is mixed in amongst memories of farewell and departure. It was an encounter that seared into her heart. Someone was running in the schoolyard. It's high jump. Someone was running towards the bar again and again. She was standing there, watching the whole thing. It was meaningless, yet he kept trying until sunset. She thought to herself, what is the meaning of this? Yet she kept on watching, as if she was betrayed by something, as if she just witnessed something precious. That was it. An after-school sight that's not unusual at any school. But to her, it was a sight that stirred up a revolution in her heart. Faintly. It was a sight familiar also to me, a sight from bygone days. And what if we grew up in the same orphanage, but forgot? What if this was Final Fantasy VIII? Time is returning to the outside. The world is returning completely. The strong self-awareness gained in exchange for my folded-away body is evaporating, just like foam disappearing on the surface of the sea. I was cut away from the inner world as I welcomed strange substance in my arm. The void. Damn, you got all that in your arm? That's fucked up. My body feels heavy. I open my eyes while I'm still half asleep and try to faintly grasp at my surroundings. My consciousness is coming back. I'm lying on the bed facing up, with the top half of my body naked. My left shoulder is burning and sweating. When I try to wipe the sweat away, it hurts as if it's suffering from a burn. Thought I was seeing more fingers. It's obvious I'm not the same self from earlier.
遠坂、成功したのか?
Just how many hours have passed since then? Don't tell me, did I end up passing out and sleeping while time just passed by?
なんだ?
She seems chill. Tosaka, you're still there. That's a relief. I thought for sure I'd overslept and... Am I imagining this, or is she glaring at me? I knew it, he did grab her boob by accident.
遠坂、成功したのか?
もちろん成功したわよ。申し分ないぐらいバッチリ。後遺症なんて出ないぐらいきっかり。そういうのが得意だった綺麗だって。
We don't have to talk about him
よくやっ
anymore.
た
He
っ
got
て陰気に
incinerated.
褒めるぐらい完璧に。
I'm sure that must be quite the achievement. But somehow, Tosaka isn't proud about it, and she doesn't feel like her usual arrogant self. Rather, she's angry. She's really, really angry. I can sense the tension between us. She's clearly sulking about something. I don't know why, but it seems something has gone wrong. I feel like I need to read her mind immediately and calm her down, but I'm such a bad pupil, I'm not able to think of any reason as to why Tosaka would be angry. This persistent pain in my left arm. A strange feeling that's like a combination of sharp pain from deep cuts and stinging pain from being burned. I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Without a doubt, a streak of an elaborately designed seal is branded on my left arm. It looks like Tosaka's magic crest, and it emits a faint blue light.
トサカ、これが
Tosako, I never noticed your magic crest was a fish.
ええ、私から移植した魔術刻印よ。もうただの回路になって元の魔術の痕跡もないけどね。
そうか。いや、すごいな。もっと痛い
I
と思
did
った
think I
ら
like
全
Saber's
然痛み
version
が
of
ない
this more.
かすかに重いぐらいか。
But Rin's was interesting.
それも時期になれるわ。魔力をつなげるだけのパスだから人体にもそう影響はないはずだし。
I like the description of like if you could see inside of a magic crest, it would be like a weird ocean of like generations of accumulated feelings and thoughts. Fish.
刻印。いえ、回路の方が体に擬態していくから。
My own creed
半年
sickens
も
me
すれば
was
何も
funny.
感じなくなる。
そうか。じゃあこれで
移植は完了。基本的には私からシロへの一方通
Wow,
行
we're
で
bonded forever?
So it's
It's
gotta
like we're
make
married
it
or
work
something.
wa.
It's like this is an entire
今の段階でできるのは
metaphor.
私の魔力を送ることだけ。ここからはあなたの頑張り次第よ。固有結界を作る魔力はこれでクリアしたんだから、あとは
My problem. All I need to do is fully activate my magic circuit and successfully create the reality marble.
そうだな。ありがとう、トサカ。魔術国
I've taken
あ
everything
りが
from
たく
this
もらってお
woman,
く。
and she gets literally nothing in return. I'm just stealing her magic constantly.
当然よ。ごめんなんて言わせないわ。お金にしたらもう超クラス。一生ものの貸しなんだから。
Once again, we asked an ape, we trained an ape to understand Nasu's gender politics, and it killed itself.
そりゃ確かに一生ものだ。で、どうしてそんなにトサカは怒ってるんだ？
見たでしょ。
What did I see exactly? Don't tell me that when I thought I blinked out during the ritual, my body actually acted on its own and did something to Tosaka.
またなんかしたのか、俺。
だから見たでしょ。このけだもの。
けだもの。
Animal. Not possible. Did I actually do something to her that was so rough that she would use that word to describe me? Wait, there's no way that happened. I mean, the bed is tidy. Besides, I wouldn't be alive if anything like that happened. She wouldn't just
第
fucking
一
kill you.
儀
It's
式中
true.
は俺の目は機能してなかったっていうか、ほとんど真っ白だったし、見たものといえば魔術回路っぽいイメージと。
Ah. Maybe that's what Tosaka was talking about? An illusion I saw for a brief moment. In the state where we were sharing our senses due to the synchronization, it's possible that we could see imagery from each other's mind. It wouldn't be much different than when I saw Saber's dream of a heroic spirit Emiya's dream. It all makes sense now. If this is the case, then the only thing I saw that she would care about is that scene taking place at a schoolyard during sunset. Something that I haven't seen in any of my other dreams.
あれだ、トサカ変な夢見てただろ。どこかの学校の校庭でバカみたいに棒高跳びしてるやつをずっと日が暮れるまで見ていたの。あれっ
I'm
て一体
looking
なんだ？
directly into the camera. Shiro, you're so stupid. I was hit by a pillow before I could finish my sentence. It was a swift and powerful swing. A critical strike even Saber and Fujine would be proud of. And that idiot, Albert Einstein. There's another problem. It's the fact that a normal soft pillow can have the impact and damage as if it was filled with water or something.
トサカ、何を？
うるさいうるさいうるさい
She keeps on hitting me with the pillow. Still, looking like she did when she started the ritual, Tosaka continues her assault with the pillow.
なんか
Kill him.
よく込めてないかそれ。いいからやめる。変だぞ。何がどうしたんだ。
うるさいけだもの。人の秘密を覗き見ておいて何ふんぞり返ってるのよ。
That was my secret memory of staring at you and being weirdly inspired by your stupid never give up attitude.
ちょっと待て。秘密ってあんなのがか。
When I was surprised by her answer, she saw the opening and hit me in the face. That was a swift and powerful pillow uppercut. Shoryuken! Maybe it's also the exhaustion from the transplant, but I'm haphazardly knocked down again. Tosaka must still be angry because she grabs me by the back of the neck and starts dragging me across the floor. How is she so strong?
いいわよ。いつかこっちから恥ずかしい記憶を覗き返してやるんだから。その時は土下座をしても許さないわよ。
She's so powerful.
それは勘弁。あれ、もしかして。
She won't hear me out at all. She grabs the back of my neck and throws me out of her room.
エミヤくん、女の子にはいろいろ支度があるから、自分の部屋に戻っててくれない？
Delightful. With that evil grin of hers, Tosaka slams the door. Thrown out into the hallway looking like this, I blankly look up at the door.
バカ言うな。男にだっていろいろあるぞ。
That's not fucking true. Not for a guy like you, Mr. Long Sleeve Shirt and Cargo Pants. I hold my dizzy head and get up. I thought of saying something back to Tosaka on the other side of the door, but I decide not to. I wasn't able to ask Tosaka what that scene I saw meant to her.
まあ、あれだけ嫌がるってことは何か特別な意味のあることなんだろうし。
God, he's dense. Muttering silly stuff like that to myself, I go back to my room. It was probably just an excuse for Tosaka to kick me out, but it's true that there's no time. The date has already changed. There's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple. Good night, Kentrix. I think I'm just about at the end of my stream here anyway. I close my eyes and feel the magical energy from Tosaka pouring into me. Tosaka isn't consciously supplying me, yet it's filling my body up. If my maximum magical energy capacity is 20 or 30 units, then she always has 500 units of magical energy. I'm sure it would take years to stock up, but her maximum capacity might reach 1,000 units if someone supplied her.
驚いた。あいつ、本当にすごいやつだったんだ。
That reconfirms it. Or rather, I finally realize it now. Well, she's depleted now. The mages usually only keep about 80% of their magical energy, so Tosaka's magical energy is about 400 units right now. But that's still a massive amount of magical energy. I use about 2 units of magical energy to use Strengthening Magecraft once. To use Projection once, I use about 5 units of magical energy on average. Jesus, you suck! Using that example, the projection that I can use only 6 times at most could be used 30 or 7, even 60 times with the help of Tosaka.
ま、
You can make so many swords now.
乗り物が安物ならオーバーヒートするんだろうけど。
But it has still tremendously increased my power. I might even have a chance of winning against that king of heroes like this. All that's left is...
あと1時間。それまでゆっくり体を休めないと。
I'll rest my body and regain my mental and physical strength for the final battle in Ryudo Temple. Everything is set. I'll face the last night with a fully prepared body for Tosaka's sake, too, since she gave me her magic crest and opened up to me. Let us save. Yeah, I think this is going to be it for tonight. It's already been about 5 hours. Next time, we'll probably finish for sure. Unlimited Blade Works. That was a good one, though. I liked the Shiro and Archer stuff. I like the Shiro and Archer stuff quite a bit. Good stuff. That was pretty good. I'm excited to see Shiro pull 1 billion swords out of his ass to kill Gilgamesh. I'm sure it'll be hype moments in Aura, even if I think it's kind of lame. Like I said, I really wanted Shiro to be like a guy who's like even if I can't have superpowers like all these cool servants, I'm gonna do my best in my own way. But the narrative seems to not want that. The narrative wants him to be a superpowered guy too, because we're scared of having protagonists that can't do things. But we'll see. Maybe I will be wrong. Maybe I'll come out of the side agreeing with the decision. We'll find out. In the meantime, Henchbuns, probably next Saturday. Well, maybe not next Saturday, actually. I might have something going on. Well, you'll have to wait and find out. You'll have to wait and find out. Either next Saturday or the Saturday after that, we'll finish up the Unlimited Blade Works route. This is definitely the ending coming up. They keep calling it the final battle, after all. So, that'll be fun. And also, pay attention to the stream and stuff. Raise the monitor. Pay attention to the Discord and Blue Sky and stuff for announcements. Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Gamma Chris. We can compare how Fate Stay Night treats women to how Other M treats women. Yeah, because that's what he's playing. He's playing Other M. So look forward to that. Go cheer on Gamma Chris as he tries to survive Metroid Other M. And I will see you all next time, my lovely buns. Nighty night.